Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Thou members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members shall proceed with the correction of the votes and proceedings of Friday, February 4th, 2022. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings of Friday, February 4th, 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Official reports. We have the official report of Wednesday, January 26th, 2022. Any corrections, please? Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Wednesday, 26 January 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Item 6, questions. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, as was discussed, the Honorable Minister is in the chamber, but he had earlier communicated to leadership through a correspondence, an official correspondence. So we've agreed to postpone those set of questions to Tuesday or an appropriate time. So, Speaker, with your leave, if we may go on to item 7 instead.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, fair to the whip, I have here a letter dated 7 February 2022, signed by Magdalene Appington, Mrs. for the Minister, which indicates that question SOPTQ 20631 dated 7 February be deferred. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, what the whip should be doing with the Minister is to give assurance to the Honorable Jocelyn Tete as to when a question will be taken. The communication is silent on that, save what he's saying. Yes, we will defer today because the Minister in this communication is saying, I'm still collating responses. So when will the Minister be available to respond to the question of Ms. Jocelyn Tete on when telephone network for communities such as Chukwe, Botoku, and Chozo in the North Dai district? We just need to know when from the Minister and the whip, so that business committee will accordingly reschedule it for the purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if we have that assurance, we can move to the next business for today. Thank you.
Speaker, not to drag on this matter, can assure the respected majority leader. Fact of the matter is that if you say when, it will be difficult. I don't want to give you a date and be found wanting fulfilling or meeting that date. The Minister has communicated to us that they are collating the results and as soon as possible. But what you said, which is I find very essential, is for us to communicate to the member or the members involved, and we will do that accordingly. So, Speaker, without much ado, I will seek your leave for us to go on to item 7.
If I recall correctly, the table office informed us that they have actually informed the members who were to ask the questions. So I don't think there's a lack of communication in that respect, yes. Very well. We'll go on to statements. There are 3 statements admitted to be read today. One is a very urgent one. A statement by the Majority Chief Whip, Black Monday at Nsawam. Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the space granted. Speaker, Black Monday at Nsawam. I will be understating my sorrows when I say that I'm deeply remorseful of the accident yesterday at Nsawam Mobile Junction that has brought gloom to the constituency and rang painful outcry from my constituent, Speaker. Around midday yesterday, the 7th of February 2022, reports came in that a trailer truck had failed all attempts to apply brakes, running into sections of unsuspecting road users, including pedestrians, Speaker. This mishap culminated in the death of unlucky persons and the destruction to properties and wares of those in the area at the time of occurrence. Speaker, a total of 5 people died. 4 died on the spot. The 5th victim passed on shortly after arriving at the Nsawam Government Hospital, situated barely a kilometer from the incident. Many others were badly injured, as many more narrowly escaped direct harm. Speaker, all these bringing back memories of the explosion disaster some 7 years at Peabo, It affected hundreds of households, claimed one life, and injured several others. Speaker, visiting the scene, I could barely gather words to comment on my sighting from my people who encountered the accident firsthand. It was indeed a doleful Black Monday at Insaum yesterday. Speaker, I wish to commend the police commander and his team from the MTTD, the fire service commander, and his officers, as well as the NADMO officials who rushed to the scene to evacuate the injured and control traffic situation at the time. Mr. Speaker, today, though with a heavy heart, I consider myself fortunate to articulate in this House the cries of our people, for they are not just cries of pain due to their loss, but also acute calls for increased road safety and calls for greater expectation from road users to exercise caution in the use of roads. Speaker, before elaborating further, I wish to take this moment to extend my sincere condolences to the families of the victims in this time of pain. I attempt to console them now, even though shock still grips them for their loss, a loss which is now ours to bear as a community. Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to mention that though the location of this incident is not the most common one in news headlines, frequent users of the road cannot deny the fact that this is one of the intersections which has a questionable status in terms of its safety. The very junction is typically chaotic since no traffic lights are present to control the flow of vehicles. This is simply unsafe and unacceptable. It is regretful that an accident takes place before any substantial action is usually taken. Mr. Speaker, I believe we will justify in our roles if we do not make use of the space given us by our fellow Ghanaians to upgrade the call for necessary road safety measures like traffic lights at places where required. Ultimately, road accidents should not be attributable to failure on our part to provide the necessary amenities where they are needed. Speaker, while I still have the attention of the House and all major stakeholders for road and road safety, I earnestly call on the authorities, i.e. the Bureau of Roads and Highways, the National Road Safety Commission, and the Ghana Highway Authority, particularly responsible for the provision of traffic lights on our roads, to hasten their efforts to assess and instill the important road infrastructure for safe usage of our roads in our town, especially outside the capital. I recall writing to the relevant authorities last year for an assessment and installation of traffic lights where needed. We cannot continue to wait for such tragedies to take place before we are seen doing the needful. Speaker, to be clear, as has been pointed out by many inhabitants of Insaum, an assessment of the situation at the Insaum Total Filling Station intersection on the Insaum-Kumasi stretch and the intersection of the mobile junction at Insaum Township must be made for the provision of traffic lights. Subsequently, stricter measures to ensure safety should be employed to disallow trailer trucks from plying these routes. Those lives cannot be lost in vain. The Speaker in conclusion encouraged the affected families to stay strong. All hope is not lost despite this misfortune. Finally, I reassure all the injured victims that the people of Insaum are in solidarity with you. Speaker, thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement, Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Whip. You've not gotten there. Mr. Speaker, what has happened in Sawam is very tragic, and let me commiserate with the affected families. Mr. Speaker, I think that the call by the Honorable Member of Parliament that this tragic event must be investigated and an assessment must be done to basically ensure that the corrective steps are taken so that we do not have this accident again on that stretch of the road is very important. Mr. Speaker, I think that this must also be something that must be looked at across the country. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, we've had various accidents in a place in Elembele district, going to Ekwe Hospital, it's a red about. But the way the stretch of the road is, constantly have accidents. Written officially to the Ghana Highway Authority and the Road Ministry. A team came, investigated, and as I speak, we've not even had any report on the follow-up. This is something that must be done quickly to avoid another accident. And I think that it is in the same vein that I support what the Honorable Member has. We cannot wait for another accident on the stretch on the Sawo. This assessment must be quick, it must be prompt, it must be corrected to make sure we can save lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are the front bench, so, and ranking member, I'll give you the last word. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Member of Parliament for Nsawam Adjiri. The Speaker, I wish to join him to commiserate with the families of the victims of that unfortunate accident. And Mr. Speaker, I think as a nation, we need to begin to pay attention to the number of lives that are lost to accidents. We are losing too many lives to accidents. And accidents, though we know, are part of nature, they can also be prevented if we took into consideration certain safety measures that usually are ignored, leading to some of these accidents. Mr. Speaker, only a couple of weeks ago, we're speaking about an explosion that led to the loss of lives of about 17 to 18 people. The Speaker, from December 24 to January 1 this year, 24th December last year to January 1, records showed that within the space of 1 week, 43 people died on our roads. 43. And over 202 people were injured on our roads within the space of 1 week. Mr. Speaker, not even the dreaded COVID or malaria could claim number of lives. And Mr. Speaker, records again show that in February last year, 2021, the same Nsawam Adjiri Road that we speak of today recorded an accident involving a tipper truck when it was loaded with cement and failed brakes ran into a number of vehicles. Fortunately, one of the buses that was involved in that accident was carrying students, but none of them got hurt, even though some passers-by got injured and were rushed to the hospital. Mr. Speaker, a year on, does it or should it surprise any of us that if that accident was not investigated and properly, and leading to some reforms in that area and on that road and how it is utilized, should it surprise any of us that a year on, we are having to discuss another accident on that road that is leading to the loss of lives of productive Ghanaians? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is not enough for us to every now and then make statements on the floor of the House when accidents claim lives, whether they are explosions or whether they are road crashes. I think we need to begin to pay more attention, investigate these causes, and take our emergency and safety procedures as a country more seriously. I think that will be a more meaningful way, either than the statement every now and then condoling with families that have lost loved ones. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I thank the Member of Parliament for making this statement, and once again condole with the families of the victims that lost lives, that lost loved ones in the course of this accident. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Abetifi. Is that right? Mpraiso. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the statement ably made by the Majority Chief Whip of Ghana's Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my heartfelt condolences to the good people of Nsawam Nigeria, especially to the families of the 5 who have lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that I have been a victim of accidents on this stretch. In fact, I've had 2 accidents on that road. And I would say that it has always been as a result of indiscipline on the side of drivers on that stretch. Mr. Speaker, that road is a major highway, but you would have taxi drivers and tractor drivers negotiating curves, in fact, moving in directions that they should not do. And sometimes you have vehicles moving at a top speed, and sometimes you have to slow down because of an indiscipline on the part of a driver. Mr. Speaker, if the Member of Parliament is calling for a probe to arrest the rampant accidents that happen on that stretch, I would also urge that immediately the ministry puts in place measures to educate drivers who use that stretch. Lives really matter, and it's important that we protect lives and properties of persons who use that stretch. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to commensurate with the good people of Nsawam Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Honourable Zuria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll start commending my colleague, MP for Nsawam, for the quick response to the tragedy over the weekend, I guess. And I want to also pay my condolences to the affected families and victims. Mr. Speaker, it's heartwarming to know that we can make such statements in a speedy manner when some of these issues occur. If for nothing at all, it speaks to our sensitivity to some of the otherwise avoidable issues that we end up being encumbered with. But Mr. Speaker, as previous contributors have said, I think we need to adopt a national approach to these sort of accidents and calamities. In June last year, there was one such accident on the Salaga-Tamale Road. It might not be in the same magnitude, but it was still an accident that caused the life of a 29-year-old nursing mother who left behind an 11-month-old baby. As Member of Parliament for the area, I put together a statement to draw attention to government and the necessary authorities to that calamity. But as we speak, that statement, although admitted, has not been read by me. And so, as I sat here today, listening to my colleague MP for Nsawam, I felt a sense of renewal that maybe things are going to change, that when such issues happen, and we want to speak to our constituents, we want to speak to government, we want to speak to the people on whose behalf we are here, we should be allowed to do that. The accidents on the Salaga Road might not be as the ones we've recorded elsewhere. And some of the issues I wanted to highlight in that statement included the lack of road the nature of the road from Tamale to Salaga. And even the portions that have been constructed that don't have road signs, no markings, are issues that the National Road Safety Commission should be interested in. In addition to that, because of the nature of the road, the people are forced to travel on rickety vehicles because no one is willing to put a good vehicle on that road. And so the essence of the statement was also to persuade the road minister to understand what our people go through in that part of the country so that maybe action will be expedited on building the road from Tamale to Salaga. Nevertheless, I think today offers an opportunity for us as a house to realize that some of these things are critical and the statements will not be made just for the sake of making statements. If it's the only avenue for us to articulate what our constituents go through and what we go through as representatives of the constituents, I think we should be allowed to do that in the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the maker of the statement one more, and I also want to say condolences to the families and the victims, and urging all of us, road users, all of us policymakers, to begin to pay attention to this area in the economy of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Kwame, before I come to the leader here. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my friend, the Chief Whip, and to take the opportunity to give my condolences to the deceased and wish those injured a speedy recovery. Indeed, when I saw my friend this morning in all blacks, he normally wears all white, so I knew something was wrong, and the sad story he told. Mr. Speaker, ever so often, as my colleague who just spoke said, these things happen and we make statements, and it is as if that's all. But we must remind ourselves that vehicles don't kill by themselves. People in charge of vehicles and we, the pedestrians, actually contribute to accidents. Yes, it is not possible in our current situation to make all roads, dual carriages, motorways, and flyovers and everything. But I think with common sense, we can all understand what we can do to minimize, we can't stop, minimize this accident. Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, I've already started hearing a brake fail. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many people in this house or listening to us can say that they've been driving and their vehicles failed the so-called brakes before. How many times have you experienced a car failing brake before? If we all drive within the speed limit on the relevant roads, chances are that if you encounter something that is just quick, you'll be able to maneuver and stop, bring the vehicle to a better stop. But the particular stretch we are talking about, if you were to go there this morning, you will realize that some of our compatriots have basically turned part of the public roads into a marketplace. The drivers themselves probably never responded to the periodic maintenance of their vehicles. And obviously, the volume of traffic on that road and the width of the road is also an issue. So there are four things that we must pay attention to. But the two main things that affect this is the person in charge of the vehicle and then the pedestrians. We can do better, Mr. Speaker. That is why you, as a member of the Roads and Transport Committee in this House, change the National Road Safety to an authority and give them powers to be able to go to establish themselves in every district assembly, recruit people to carry out in collaboration with the assemblies continuous education on road safety. But since we passed that act, Mr. Speaker, even the regulations to operationalize the National Road Safety Authority has not yet been done. Mr. Speaker, how do we fund national road safety? Through the road fund. Mr. Speaker, on each day that my good friend, the road minister, claimed he suspended the road fund, do you know how much we lose, Mr. Speaker? 220,000 Ghana cedi. That money would have been enough for National Road Safety Authority.
He has not suspended the road fund. He has not suspended the road fund.
Mr. Speaker,
Road toll is only one of the contributors to the fund, so the fund is still there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The meager resource that comes from the road fund to the National Road Safety Authority, which we say is not even enough, a chunk of that money, which is about 80 million, is taken out today. And I'm saying that even if the government doesn't need the 220,000 Ghana cedi a day, giving that money to National Road Safety Authority would have given them the opportunity to establish in every district assembly and be able to do the things we need to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the relevant authorities, the National Road Safety Authority, to quickly establish in every district, including my friend's district, so that they can improve on the ability to educate the public, not only education, because they can enforce some of the road regulations, not the MTTD. They are supposed to enforce some of the road regulations. As for the construction of the road, I would say that there was a reason we did the bypass. So I don't understand why heavy trucks, unless that truck was taking the item directly into that community. If you were to be on the way to Kumasi and other things, I see no reason why that truck should be using a town road instead of using the bypass. And I think that if we all adhere to the road traffic regulations, we might be able to significantly reduce the carnage on our roads and keep a lot of our compatriots alive and productive. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader. Oh, sorry. There's one on the other side. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwada, so is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to comment on this very important statement, ably made by the majority chief whip. I also want to take the opportunity to commiserate with the bereaved families. Mr. Speaker, road accidents in this country are becoming one too many. And we need to consciously put in the rightful interventions to ensure that it is reduced to the barest minimum, if not completely eliminated. We've got three issues are very critical to this very worrying development. One is the role that is supposed to be played by the National Road Safety Authority. And I think that their role in terms of educating the population to ensure that we do the right things to abate this carnage on our roads. They need to up their game and ensure that drivers, pedestrians, understand, for example, the road safety rules and regulations, so that we cannot protect ourselves. If they are up and doing it, do their jobs right, I'm optimistic that this carnage will be reduced to a barest minimum. The second issue I want to talk about is personal responsibility. Drivers, how do we ensure that before we move our vehicles, that the vehicle is working well, the brakes, the oil and all that? As Speaker, it was surprising to note that most drivers don't even do that. They jump on their vehicles and they drive. And if you're not careful, some of these things will continue to happen. So drivers and all of us here must make sure that almost every time before we move our vehicles, we have to check that the vehicle is in the right condition of health. And I am persuaded that if we're able to do it, we'll have less of these problems happening. And the police, at times I drive through Kaneshi and Odoko and I see some vehicles and I become so sad. You can see that the vehicles are rickety. They are so bad, but they are still on the road. The police seize them, but the drivers are not even apprehended or asked to do the right thing. All these are contributory factors in making this carnage persist. And I want to plead with the relevant authorities that we must do our best to protect and save lives. Souls are so precious, and it's so sad that people lose their lives untimely. Those who lose their lives, some of them would have been citizens of this country or will have served useful roles in this country. As much as I commend my good friend for this statement, I want to say that all of us owe it a responsibility, a duty, and a burden on our hands to ensure that this carnage is reduced to the barest minimum. Speaker, last year, thank you once again for this opportunity, and I continue to commiserate with those bereaved families, and I pray that God gives eternal rest to those who unfortunately lost their lives yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably presented by the Honorable Dompre on the accident that occurred on the Sohun Road. The Speaker, as I was listening to his speech, I went net to check on the kinds of accidents that happened there. I saw 20 accidents, 20 dead, several injured on that road. That is for 2021. 5 persons reported dead after accident on that road. 34 killed in accident on that road. 38-year-old woman cut into 2 fatal accidents near Sohum. The Speaker, there are many. And last year, the Speaker, it contributed to the fact that for every single day, 8 people were killed by road accidents and 43 were injured on daily basis for 2021. The Speaker, when I was also listening to the presenter, the maker of the statement, it reminded me of what happened to me. In fact, to one of my very close friends, Alaji Ali Wongwana, whose son took a motorbike and was riding to town and was crashed on the road by an urban bus. The Speaker, it tells about several reasons that the roads sometimes are not properly done. The riders or drivers on the road do not take their time when they are driving. Road regulations are not properly followed, and it becomes a major accident-prone area at every point in time when people are on the road. The Speaker, it is sad news that road accidents have become a major problem in this country. And I'm happy the way we construct our roads, it is becoming too much for us growing as a country with increased number of vehicles on the road to continue to use the same narrow roads all over the country. We would need to expand, we would need to reconstruct the roads, and we need to make sure they are fit for purpose. Other than that, we will continue to have these accidents occurring. So I do want to propose to the maker of the statement, not just to make this statement, but to make strong proposals, being the one on the spot who knows the place, as make a strong proposal to the road minister and to all other people who are concerned, so that they can work on that road. That road is the one that takes us, all of us who live beyond Sohum. It takes all of us home. And so we are concerned about the road, and that this statement is very important. So it's important that we just go beyond this statement, do a proposal, get the minister to put in effort if it is about the road or the security, the police, to make sure their MTU is working very hard on that road. The Speaker, it's also important for us to do a lot of sensitization about the people, the way we use our roads. People overtake us and when they like.
They don't understand the rulings on the road, the marks on the road. They do everything on the road as if it were normal for them to want. And as they do so, lives of people are in danger. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take this statement serious, and I vote for anything that we can do to address the Suhum problem and also to address all other major roads that are still not expanded or still not working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Minister will have the last word. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Anod Frank, our Majority Chief Whip, on the Black Monday at Nsawam, and to join him in extending our condolences and sympathies to those who lost their family members and friends. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to this statement, I have two observations. One, to encourage the maker of the statement next time, knowing him, you have a reputation for statements, so your statement must be rich. Next time, we need information on the accident, like even the vehicle, what crashed into what, because we are a house of record. Because as of yesterday, the report from the police was that even the driver was on the run. So when you give us that detail, and Mr. Speaker can give consequential directive, we can follow through the statement. So next time, we need better particulars to guide our contribution to the statement. Brilliant statement, but we need more information. Which car crashed into what car, their numbers and others. And Mr. Speaker, I say so because knowing that you have even worked at the level of GVLA, and then to raise another policy issue, when today Ghanaians don't understand the relationship between SIM card, national ID card, GVLA, they should understand, because the GVLA is an institution which holds critical data. If the police, and we have all respected what Dr. Buzia and many people who have come to DVLA are doing to improve their performance, we should be able to know that this is the driver. And then the police should have no difficulty tracking him and subjecting him to the full rigors of the law. So again, including the DVLA. And then, Mr. Speaker, it raises the issue of linkages. What is the relationship between DVLA and the police? And what is the police doing with information from DVLA in terms of data of drivers and others? So, Mr. Speaker, my second observation. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, I'm sorry to say this, we are yet as a country to accept the reality of avoidable deaths, maybe because of religion. When it happens, we say, it's happened, let's give it to God. It's God. But Mr. Speaker, avoidable deaths. Even as Muslims, when it happens, we will say, Inna Lillah, and it is that we came from God, and to him we return from God. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not probing enough as a country, and we are not educating people enough to appreciate the concept of avoid death, that death is avoidable. Mr. Speaker, if you take statistics, maybe I should use my own Tamale. If you go to Tamale Teaching Hospital, the accident ward, all the victims with broken limbs, legs, femur, or what do they call it? If you ask where is the source of the accident, they say Mutu or Mutu King or Nahi. So avoidable accident and avoidable death. But Ghana, Mr. Speaker, maybe because of religion. Then, Mr. Speaker, again, when you take a pickup, the manufacturer of the pickup doesn't put cargo at the bucket. In Ghana, we don't put cargo, we put human beings. The bucket of a pickup, even for purpose of our rallies, we endanger lives. You put people inside the bucket instead of cargo. But note, the manufacturer hardly will put human beings in the bucket. Mr. Speaker, I have with me here, and I just hope that is why I said you should accommodate me. I have with me here National Road Safety Authority 2020 annual report. I have with me here. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to quote this for the record in supporting the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, it reads, the year 2020 recorded an increase of 15.5% in crashes, 21.9% in fatalities, and 9.8% in serious injuries over the 2019 figures. The Traffic System Risk TSR Index, that is fatalities per 10,000 vehicles, increased from 7.17 fatalities per 10,000 vehicles in 2019 to 8.15 fatalities 10,000 vehicles in 2020. And Mr. Speaker, it has these revealing numbers. The casualty statistics indicated that in 2020, the Ashanti region recorded the highest number of fatalities, totaling 556 deaths, representing 22%, followed by 476 deaths, 18.8% in Greater Accra region. Eastern region, 348 deaths, 13.8%. Central region, 237 deaths, 9.4%. Western region, 178 deaths. Bunu East region, 156 deaths. Volta region, 121 deaths. Bunu, 94 deaths. Savannah region, 70. Mr. Speaker, I'll give the paragraph to the table. So, Mr. Speaker, how do we stop the carnage on the roads? Must concern all of us. Now, Mr. Speaker, back to legislation. National Road Safety, and I'm particularly happy that the Minister for Roads is here. Under Act 993, National Road Safety Authority Act 2019, where is the governing board of the authority? It is not in place. You have an oversight committee functioning. Must that be the case? Act 993, National Road Safety Authority Act 2019. As I read from this report, Mr. Speaker, and I can refer to the opening pages of the National Safety Report, it quotes, owing to the change in the status of the Commission to an authority by the NRSA Act, the old governing board, constituted in 2017, was formally dissolved. So since its dissolution, show me the new board which has so been constituted in accordance with this law. There is no governing board. Then the minister appoints what is called in this report, Mr. Speaker, oversight committee. Where in this law do you have oversight committees? So the very institution which should be working with other institutions, including the police, the Ministry for Roads, the GVLA, to of our road, we have not done what is expected of us in giving true meaning to the law. Governing board, 2021, where is it? So, Mr. Speaker, in supporting and commending the maker of the statement, the President must take urgent steps as is required of him under the law to constitute the board. And we expect them to work more assiduously to reduce the accident on our road. And Mr. Speaker, as I have said, in Ghana, we have not accepted avoidable deaths as part of working to avoid needless deaths in our country. When it happens in the name of religion, we say it's God. But some deaths are avoidable. That is why you won't wake up and just take GDT poison to drink, because you don't want to go there much more earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, in commending him, as was observed by previous speakers, overloading, what is the police doing about it? The night driving, some of the vehicles, even without lights, sometimes with one light on, then overtaking and overspeeding. We all know it. And then to assure the maker of the statement, we all enjoyed even the stopover in Nsawam as rural boy from Tamale. Anytime we were returning even from the university, the popular Nsawam bread, and then the other meat.
Turkey.
Chofi, yes. It was a delight, Mr. Speaker, traveling on that route. I see the maker of the statement saying that I now fly. Sometimes when I have to, then I fly. But Mr. Speaker, I commend him. But Mr. Speaker, our institutions must work together. We expect the GVLA and the police to have a unified, coordinated relationship. What is the police doing with the data that GVLA is holding? Then you publish to the public that the driver is on the run. On the run where? That is why GVLA took record of the driver. So, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister for Roads, Minister for Transport, why? Go and advise the President that he should constitute the Road Safety Authority Board and stop working through an oversight committee which is not known to the law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for accommodating me to contribute to the statement able made by the Majority Chief Whip, who is also the Member of Parliament for the constituency that was affected. Mr. Speaker, looking at the pictures and reading the story about what happened yesterday, my heart bleeds. And I want to thank the maker of the statement, and that's the Member of Parliament for that area, for his swift response to this accident. I cited him on social media at the accident scene and also at the hospital to be able to ascertain for himself exactly what has happened. Mr. Speaker, yes, as much as I agree with the minority leader on avoidable deaths on our road, it is good to note that in many occasions, the safest way to even travel on our roads is not to travel at all. Because preliminary reports, as we have been told by the accident that happened on yesterday on the Nsawam Road, was as a result of brake failure. And sometimes you ask yourself if the Road Safety Commission is doing enough, or Ghana Highway Authority is doing enough to be able to help reduce such death. Mr. Speaker, if you look at GVLA, for instance, if you register your car and you are given a number plate, if it is in 2020, many a time you don't even renew your number plate again. That needs to be looked at, whereby vehicle owners, when licensed, is actually licensed either for 6 months or 1 year. When you go back, then they assess your car to be able to know whether it's still roadworthy to allow you to be on the road or not. But when you have the number plate, you will just use it and you'll be driving anyhow, whether the car still is still roadworthy or not. Such things are not ascertained. When you go to other jurisdictions where they license a car, you are either allowed to license the car for 6 months or 1 year, and when your license expires, your car is taken to a place where it will be assessed to know whether it's still roadworthy before they will be.
That is the law in Ghana.
Yes, but it's not been implemented, Mr. Speaker.
Every 6 months, a commercial vehicle is supposed to go back to the licensing authority for roadworthiness check. For a private vehicle, it's every year. The check, rather, what kind of check we make is a challenge we must deal with. But that is just to bring you back on track. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. And a lot needs to be done on that direction to reinforce or enforce that vehicles licensed after every 6 months or 1 year is actually looked at to ascertain whether it's still roadworthy or not. The Nsawam Road is a very busy road. Vehicles traveling to Kumasi, to Tamale, we always use that. And if care is not taken, it will become a very dangerous road for people to actually use. Mr. Speaker, if you look at accidents on our road, every year it increased by numbers and it increased by percentage. And this is something as the road minister.
Honourable, hold on. Yes, what is this said that is unparliamentary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we speak now, there's no official police report as to the cause of the accident. So that has to be established. One member indicated that the accident was as a result of brake failure. We do not know that for a fact. There's no official report on that. So that will be very
Very well. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, that was not exactly what I said. I said preliminary information gathered. I didn't say any official report. That was what I said. Is as a result of brake failure. But Mr. Speaker, to make progress, in 2016, 2017, 2018, you could see that road accidents in Ghana have increased drastically. And this is something we ought to look at in trying to maintain our roads. And the bypass, like my good colleague said, Honorable Abuja, that many of the big vehicles or the trucks need to pass through the bypass, trying to avoid the cities. This will avoid accidents on our road. And especially in Sawam, it's a busy place. I think the town needs decongestion, especially the roadside, to be able to clear the road so that people will be able to move. You see hawkers every now and then on the road, taxis and truck parking anyhow. If the municipality could actually look at decongesting the place, it would be a good idea. And when my honorable colleague, Kwame Abuja, talking about suspension of the road too, as a form of revenue to the road fund. Yes, that is the case. That was presented in the 2023 budget. But there was an option to that, which you refused to support. That is the e-levy, to be able to come and support the suspended road toll that we are talking about. When you want that to happen, you need to be able to appreciate that the e-levy need to pass so that part of the funds that you think that we are losing will be able to help. So e-levy will solve the problem you are saying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable Minister, you have the last word if you wish to say this.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to associate myself with the statement timelessly made by Honorable Ano Dompre, MP for Nsawam Adjori and Majority Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, on the unfortunate incident that occurred on 7th February 2022 in his constituency, and to commiserate with all the affected families and the people of that constituency for the loss of life and property. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that such a statement has been made on road accidents in our country, and I wish that we do not experience this kind of unfortunate development as we go ahead and go forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, as much as accidents may be unavoidable completely, it must be reduced to the barest minimum. But there is one important thing that everybody and all of us must bear in mind. Scientific studies has proven that if we take the causes of accidents in totality and put them together, almost 98% is attributed to the human factor. People drink drive, vehicle owners don't do regular maintenance to check their vehicles, people overspeed, people overtake vehicles at wrong places, and so on, resulting in fatalities. And it is unacceptable to lose even a single soul on our road, if possible. Mr. Speaker, I am not reminding all of us and our country of our past sorrows, but in 2021, among the accidents that the nation recorded, there were two major fatal accidents. One happened on the Kintampo Road that affected almost 50 people. Majority of them died. over 35 of them died from one accident. And a second accident also happened on the Cape Coast Road in that same year. And it also claimed over 40 lives, and so on. As a country, it's unfortunate that as government tries to improve the quality of our roads, regrettably, we experience increase in accidents. And all of us are desirous, all of us are anxious, all of us are crying for good roads, and rightly so. If government were to have all the resources and the capabilities, every single road in our country, every road lying everywhere in our country must be worked on. And it has become vividly clear the steps being taken by the government under the leadership of the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, of how roads are being improved in all the 16 regions of our country, in all the 261 districts of our country, in all the 275 constituencies in our country. We must enjoy these roads. As we improve roads, they should not be claiming lives. And this is the spirit behind the policy of government now, of attempting to dualize all major trunk roads in our country. At the moment, there are as many as 6 trunk roads earmarked for dualization, and about 4 of them, there are contractors on them at the moment. It is the policy of government to complete the Accra-Kumasi dualization within the second term of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And this is a policy that will be embarked upon by government to make sure that vehicles don't cross each other, because some of these fatal accidents usually occur through collision of vehicles. But this particular accident occurred in town, and the vehicle ran off the road and caused major damage, even including destruction of human lives. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to advise our traders in this country, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers who pride their trade and want to sell their wares even on walkways in our towns and cities. The walkways are made and paved for pedestrians, but oftentimes in all the major cities of our country, Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, Takoradi, Koforidua, Nkoko, Ho, Takoradi, everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Traders have taken over all the walkways. So any unfortunate accident in town will always claim lives and destroy property. As we move forward, we must be careful, and drivers must take into consideration the need to maintain their vehicles. It is being alleged that this accident occurred as a result of brake failure. Allegedly, Mr. Speaker, if that was the situation, that it depicts the practice of our drivers for not regularly attending to their vehicles, but at times is due to careless driving. But the easiest excuse for every driver involved in an accident, whether he was driving carelessly or not, the easiest excuse, Mr. Speaker, is to say that it was due to a brake failure. And this should not be allowed. This should be stopped. And again, regrettably, accidents occur on very good roads, even where road furniture is provided. Mr. Speaker, the Kintampo accident and the Cape Coast Road accident that I referred to a short while ago, Mr. Speaker, occurred at spots and places which we can say that represent the best stretch of our roads, with road line markings well made, with crash barriers provided, with safety measures taken on the roads, and all road signs provided. But irrespective of that, these fatal accidents occur. So it's not all the time that accidents occur because there is lack of road furniture, even where they are provided. This is where we experience a lot of these road accidents. And saying so, Mr. Speaker, we must also be watchful, every Ghanaian, and to advise our unpatriotic brothers, in most cases, who go about stealing some of this road furniture, cutting them and selling them as scraps. Mr. Speaker, this is a major problem with the Ministry of. We install all kinds of road furniture. Hardly would they last for a week, and they are all stolen by people who live among us. At times we see them, we know them, but as Ghanaians, a typical of us, we fail to report to the police. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I even want to urge the police, occasionally and randomly, they should visit some of these scrap dealers, and perhaps should take the leadership of it. And wherever we find any of these road furniture pieces among the scraps being sold by the scrap dealers, I think we should begin to arrest people so that all the road furniture provided with the taxpayers' money will be left to serve their purposes on our trunk roads. And my ministry and the government of President Akufo-Addo will continue to improve the roads and will continue to do whatever it takes to make the roads safer for our people. But the ultimate safety is in the hands of drivers, pedestrians, and all of us. It is our prayer that this fatal accident will never be repeated in our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I wish to make a small observation. In all this discussion, we fail to place the emphasis on where the real challenge is. Our refusal to respect every rule that matters on the road. Of course, we can always blame somebody else. Oh, the police is not enforcing the law. Or the driver is drunk. But we must admit also that permitting markets on all the roads, whether it's a highway, whether it's an urban road, is a major risk factor. Every location where there's a speed hump, a market develops there. Indeed, to the extent that when the minister stopped the road tolls, some people said their market had been taken, so they were going to demonstrate. Honorable Chief Whip, the market is right behind where the accident happened. Am I right?
That indeed is a concern. Yes.
Yes, but they have spilled over from the market and they prefer to be by the roadside. I think that if we choose to permit markets by the roadside, we should build embankments such that in the event of a careless driver going off the road or even a brake failure, the embankments will hold a vehicle from crossing over to where the markets are. I recall that when the Accra-Kumasi Road was being rebuilt, the Konongo Ejusu part, it was part of the design that we know that the women sell plantain and other things here. So you create the embankment such that people can stop here and then they'll be behind the embankment. If we intend that we should continue selling by the roadside, let's build the protections into the road. But otherwise, let's have the courage to move the traders from off the road. Otherwise, we will continue to talk, we will continue to lament, but these challenges will be with us for a long time. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip and colleagues, for your contribution. Now, I'll move on to the next statement. It's in the name of the Honorable Member for Nadoli Kalio. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, I thank you for we have some understanding with my colleagues that Speaker, we are seeking your leave since I've engaged my colleagues extensively. I will come to some good understanding. But we hold on to statement and go on to public business and straight to page 13 of today's order paper and take item 21, which is a motion. Speaker, with your leave. After which, when we exhaust that, after which we'll come back and finish up with the other statements. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I wasn't there, but I got the briefing that was what was agreed, and we cannot renege on what was agreed. So they can go ahead and come back to a statement after this.
Very well. So we'll vary the other paper and go to public business. Sorry, what was the number of the motion?
Speaker, page 13, item 21.
Item 21. Motion by the Chairman of the Committee on Roads and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 21 listed on page 13 of today's order paper be adopted now. And in so doing, I would like to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, your committee met on the 10th of January to consider a commercial agreement that was referred to the committee. Mr. Speaker, because of time, it's not on our side. I will urge the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as being read, whilst I touch on key issues that were observed at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, the ministry made us to understand that the objective of the project is to enhance productivity of the agricultural sector in the Afram Place. The project is also to aim at constructing the road linking Bunsu to Adoso on the number 6 N6 and specified approach roads to the Adoso Bridge to be constructed over the Volta River. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I want to make a small correction to reflect what the committee has the ministry has informed us. Mr. Speaker, the project name should read Afram River, not Voter River, or not Voter Lake. It should read Afram River.
On what page of the report, please?
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the objective of the project, line 4, Voter River.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I asked the answer department to make this correction, I will also urge that it take subsequent or consequential effect on the resolution of the resolution as well, the consequential resolution. Mr. Speaker.
No, please, let's finish with the motion before we come to the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee on paragraph 6 were also informed about the cost of the project. Mr. Speaker, the entire project will cost 150 million euros, and breakdown has been given, which comprises of the general items, the consultancy service, the earthworks, the paving, concrete and steel bridges, the drainage, signaling, relocation of utilities and compensation, lighting and contingency. Mr. Speaker, I will move to paragraph 7 of the report, which is the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully examined the commercial agreement, satisfied itself that the project will significantly improve the well-being of the inhabitants within the Afram place and also enhance the quality of life and safety of all road users, unanimously recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, acting on its behalf by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, represented by Ghana Highways, and Contractor Construction UK Limited, for an amount of 150 million euros for the construction of Bunsu to Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit it.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to support, second the motion moved by the chairman, and also speak in support of same. Mr. Speaker, the first part of the motion is to approve 150 million euro for 104-kilometer approach roads to the bridge my chairman talked about. Mr. Speaker, this is a standard procedure in the House. The only few comments I will make is this, Mr. Speaker. I noticed in the contract an introduction of a line item of 500,000 euros called Employers Dispute Adjudication. Mr. Speaker, yes, it does happen that in the execution of projects, the parties may have disputes. But when we begin to borrow money at this rate to set aside and be paying interest in anticipation of dispute, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be a prudent way of spending money. We should rather put in the mitigating factors that can minimize that. Mr. Speaker, I also notice the amount that is going to be used to put up the contractor's site compound. Mr. Speaker, this project is a one project per se. The only thing is that the approach road component is handled separately from the bridge component. But we have two different allocations for contractor site compound. Meanwhile, the developer is the same. And I'm asking, why are we having to do this at the time that we are all crying for money? Mr. Speaker, this doesn't sit well with me. Mr. Speaker, the third item, if you check, Mr. Speaker, we are paying on both projects, including the cost of borrowing, we are paying almost 50 million euros to borrow this 350 million euros to do the project. 50 million euros as a cost of borrowing. Yet in the commercial agreement, we have an amount of 4.3 million for the contractor's performance insurance and then insurance for the works. Mr. Speaker, I know this has been repeated in most of the contracts we dealt with, but if I take responsibility, and the Ghanaian contractor, Mr. Speaker, when the Ghanaian contractor bid for job, is it the state that buys the how do you call it, the performance bond and other things for him? No, he buys it himself. Why are we paying foreigners millions to buy insurance to insure themselves against us? Mr. Speaker, these things are not things we should be dealing with. And I keep saying that those who put these contracts together, I believe they are Ghanaians. They must begin to look at these things as if the repayment is coming from their own pocket. Then they'll have that better feeling. Mr. Speaker, the fourth item is this. I know we've talked about this VFM thing for some time. Mr. Speaker, I keep repeating, Mr. Speaker, you know what we are doing? Because we haven't come here, this is a 10K EPC contract. So we don't even know the design or anything. We are now giving the minister and his agency the opportunity to go and do design VFM and other things. And the same Minister of Finance and Minister of Road and Highways will go and select who will do the VFM, not through any competitive process, handpicked. It's just like selecting your own examiner and paying him. Who does that? How are you going to get value for money when you are the one determining who does your own VFM? No wonder the cost of projects in this country is so expensive. And guess what? They hardly come to this house to tell you how much the VFM costs. Mr. Speaker, if we want to do a better job for this country, I am saying that the selection of VFM auditing firms must be done just the way ordinary auditing firms are done in this country. Nobody handpicks them. They go through competitive bidding. So VFM auditors must be properly selected, not through the whims and caprices of the finance minister and the road minister alone. You will never know who actually does those things. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, it is difficult to tell whether this project is derives better value for money, because as we speak, we are approving 150 million euros. Yeah, then we approve. Does it actually cost 150 million euros? Nobody knows. And you will never know. Yes, it will result into some kind of road somewhere in the country that our people will benefit. But should it be 150 million euros? Nobody knows. And how can we tell ourselves that we are doing a better job in this house? By protecting the public purse. Mr. Speaker, we can do better. The road minister, the Minister of Works and Housing, and the finance minister and the government must put in a way of having a way of providing guidance on how we license and select VFM companies. Then they will be independent of the road minister and the finance minister. Currently, it is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank the minister for at least there's going to be a part of the country where another 104 kilometers of road will be improved. It's an existing road, but they will improve it, which is good. But the issue is about value for money, and what we do for foreign contractors, which is way and above what we do for the Ghanaian contractor. Today, we'll do this for the foreign contractor, but the Ghanaian contractor who got a GOG job, who has worked...
Can you hold on? Chairman and ranking member, I would have given you the right of reply after, so kindly wait after contributors, right? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, what I'm saying is that if I read the commercial agreement that come to this house, that is 99% executed by foreign developers, and I take an ordinary contract that the road ministry gives to the Ghanaian contractor, it's as if we are creating contracts against ourselves. The Ghanaian road contractor have absolutely no remedy in terms of dispute. You can owe them for the next 4 years. But when the foreign contractor gets defaulted, we write it into this that there must be quick dispute, and we are actually borrowing money to set aside to carry out that dispute. Mr. Speaker, let us be more patriotic than we are towards the Ghanaian contractor and then this country can develop better. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before the House in approving the 150 million to improve the roads, as has been mentioned by my chairman and the ranking. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy today that the ranking member is complaining about the high cost of borrowing. That is why the government is proposing that we should accept the e-levy in order not to go for any borrowing and in constructing our roads. So I'm happy that the ranking is complaining about the costing. Mr. Speaker, as road form part of our integral part, today the people of Afram Praise and other areas will appreciate Nanado government in converting this particular loan to construct 104 kilometers roads in other areas. Mr. Speaker, the committee met the road minister and its agencies, and the details of work have been explained to the committee. So I believe that ranking and other members from Afram Praise and the other mentioned towns will support this particular loan agreement so that the ministry can carry out the work and improve the road sector. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of this particular project will create job opportunity, will enhance the transportation of agriculture input from the Afram Praise. As we all are aware that our Afram Praise is a full basket and we need to actually construct this particular road. It will maximum post-harvest losses and also expand the settlement of the communities along this particular road. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for that. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member, before the you are from that constituency, is that right? Very well, I'll give you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for this House to adopt the reports of the Committee on Roads and Transport for the contract for the construction of the Bunsu-Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project, and also the design-build contract for the construction of a bridge over the Volta Afram River at the Adosu Echaman Forum. Mr. Speaker, as an MP from the Greater Kwahu Enclave, this project is of immense importance to the good people of Kwahu. Mr. Speaker, we have always maintained that Afram Plains is a food basket of Ghana, but there has been a lot of challenges, especially to our farmers. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that vegetables grow very well within the Greater Kwahu Enclave, especially Afram Plains, the Adoso, the Esubone enclaves. But the major challenge has been how this produce are transported to the major markets in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, because of the lack of bridge, and sometimes farmers waiting at the banks of the Adosu River just to transport their products to this market, these farmers have found difficulties in doing so, and this has served as a great disincentive to the good people of this of our area. Mr. Speaker, the project, which includes a 104-kilometer stretch of road, a bridge, a 3-kilometer stretch of bridge, which I'm told that will be the 5th longest bridge in Africa, will greatly impact the economic activities of the people within the Greater Kwahu Enclave. Mr. Speaker, the soil in Afram Plains alone is good for vegetable production. Ghana imports Ghana imports about 120 million worth of vegetables each year. And Mr. Speaker, if we are to redirect the investment to our area, we are going to end this importation of vegetables to our place. Mr. Speaker, these areas also have very unique tourism values. In fact, if you are to come to Adoso, if you are to go to Esubone, if you are to go to Afram Plains and this environment, Mr. Speaker, you see what we call stones, marine stones. You see one stone lying on each other, and the beauty of it is being denied simply because Ghanaians do not have access good roads to these areas. So I believe that if the House is to approve this agreement, Mr. Speaker, tourism will be improved, farming would likely be improved, and the economic lives of our people will also be affected. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I call on the House to approve this facility so that the good people of Kwahu would benefit from this government. Mr. Speaker, to end, I will say that this investment, that is about 394 million euros, and if you have to convert to 150 and the others, I mean, if you have to combine the project, the bridge, the roads, and all of that, it's about 394 million euros. That is close to about 2.7 billion. It's the largest investment any government has done within the Greater Kwahu Enclave. And we are grateful to His Excellency the President, and we are grateful to this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
He didn't say anything about it.
Sorry, what is it again? You have finished contributing?
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, because this is Parliament, my colleague said this is the longest bridge in Africa. That is, yes, though we are not even taking the bridge, just to guide him. The 3 kilometers is nowhere the longest bridge in Africa. He can do that for himself.
Mr. Speaker, what I said was that when constructed, this very bridge will be the 5th longest in Africa, and it is a fact.
Very well. I thought, yes, Honorable, then I'll come to conclude. No. The opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the motion on the floor regarding the loan agreement for the construction of roads and the bridge in that corridor. There's no doubt that this bridge will provide a needed value for the area in terms of giving employment and also to help boost agricultural production. But Mr. Speaker, one major missing link is the neglect of the rural roads in that area. For the roads, we can only see highways, and that area is predominantly rural. And therefore, if you are able to cut the footsteps and everything through the bridge and to the main line, we need to prioritize the rural roads. What is missing here is the rural roads. We only have the highways and the urban roads. And I think that that is deficient. And I'm not sure how much is in there for contingency. If there is any contingency, I think that it should prioritize or give more emphasis to the rural roads. Feeder roads is key because most of our predominantly rural areas will obviously use the feeder roads. And therefore, pumping so much money into this area without prioritizing the ordinary rural folks, I think is deficient. And I think that in reviewing the contract, or if there is any room where we can give some attention to the feeder roads, I think that would be useful. With these few words, I also support the approval of the loan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Leadership? Yes, Honorable
Speaker, let me quickly commend the committee for a good job done. If there is anybody in this house who knows that enclave, in my other world, Speaker, I worked as one of the lead consultants to MIDA, the first compact. So places like Miaso, Nketepa, Ewisesu, or Robong, you actually have to go there to tell the story for yourself. For me, we need to commend government for this audacious and massive investment, especially in the area of agriculture, which is going to boost and open up the agriculture sector of that economy and adjoining constituencies. What, in my view, should be looked at, if it's possible, Honorable Minister, is the local content. And when I read the report, we are told a 30% local content. If it is possible for a review, for us to up this 30%, I think it will do a lot of good. But the thinking and the mindset is impressive. Then, as an environmentalist, I look through to look see if I can find consensus about impact assessment. I don't know if the other aspects of the agreement or the detailed agreement, it finds a concerns about environmental impact assessment finds an expression. Otherwise, it's a concern that should be taken on board. And knowing who the minister is, I'm sure it will not be lost on him. But that notwithstanding, I think this is important. For a long time, complaints has come crystallized on the focus on our urban centers, building of bridges, roads in our urban centers. And we've often regretted how our countrysides link roads and bridges to very important agricultural centers where food is produced. And it comes as a big, big irony that all these places where a lot of foodstuff are produced, we don't focus on the road network. So I want to commend the government for a clear, conscious effort to build on this road infrastructure in that part of the eastern region. It is massive, and the least all of us can do is support. So let me conclude by also saying that if anybody who is a member of this committee, for one reason or the other, believes that we appear to be undermining our oversight in terms of an appreciation of this report, we have a responsibility as a committee, because it doesn't end today. Even after approval, you will still be playing the oversight. So the honorable ranking member should hold his fire, keep an eagle eye on this project, play the oversight role to ensure that we get the real value for money as is being espoused. But I can assure him that this government is clear in its mind, especially on this project, to expand and to add on to facilities that will support the agricultural sector. The Afram area, government that have come and gone have often paid a lip service. Government that have come and gone have paid a lip service to the concerns of our brothers and sisters at Ghanaian compatriots in other farm places. The huge potential over there. We've always paid a lip service. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first time we are having such a massive investment devoted. Put politics aside. It's the first time we are getting such a massive project devoted to the farm area. And I think if we are to jettison our partisan minds, our partisan positions, we all have to support this project and also play our oversight as a committee in Parliament to ensure that eventually value for money is achieved as being espoused by the ranking member. So I think this is, my day has been made for this project, and all of us have to pray and ensure that indeed this project sees the light of day. Speaker, with these words, I want to thank you for the space granted. I thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make two corrections quickly. To correct my ranking, he made some intervention or some comment which I think I have to correct it. First, he said government has gone for a bond to pay for the insurance of the facility, which 4 million. You mentioned 4 million. 4 million euros. I don't know where he got the figure from, because I have in my hand both the report from the Finance Committee and the commercial agreement. I don't see from any of the component here, the cost component. I haven't seen anywhere indicated that 4 million euros is going to be used for. Yes, but it's, he said we have gone for bond. Government has gone for bond. That's what he stated. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to correct that. Secondly, on paragraph 6, Roman number X, Mr. Speaker, again, my ranking also made an impression that government is just going to spend money to build a road without knowing how much it is going to cost. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis purposes, this project is design and build project. It means the contractor will now do the design and do the main project, consult the project as well. At the committee level, Mr. Speaker, they presented some initial designs of the project, which my ranking is aware of those initial designs, and were made to, like any other contract that we do here, value for money audits were made to, is a condition precedent that the project will not go on if the value for money assessment is not done. The project cannot go on. So I am surprised my colleague is raising that issue, something that has been settled at the committee level, that before the project can proceed, there should be a value for money audit, which we all look at it as a house. So I'm surprised.
I understand the ranking member to be saying that when that audit is done, this house must see and approve it. Is that practicable? Is that something that can be done before the project proceeds?
At the committee level, we have agreed that the ministry will furnish the committee after they've done the report. So I'm lost here where my colleagues, I don't know that where that
very well. Honourable members, let's proceed. This argument happened at the committee room. Please, let's proceed. Yes.
Minister, if you go to the bridge contract, we have here performance security, 2.4 million. Hold on, I said the two projects. And if you come to the road one, we have 945,000 euros, and then another 1.285 million. If you add all of them, it's more than 4 million we are borrowing to give to the contractor to take an insurance against ourselves. Who does that?
Yes. So, with your leave, we continue to item 22.
We haven't taken a decision on this one. At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 22, resolution. To be moved by the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion numbered 22 on page 14 of today's order paper, 14 and 15 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Yes.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the resolution number 22 on page 14 of today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House adopted resolution number 22 on page 14 of today's order paper. Yes, Honourable.
Speaker, with your leave, we go on to item 23, page 15.
Item 23, page 15, motion by the Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 23 listed on page 15 of today's order paper be adopted now. And Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would like to present the committee's report and ask the Answer Department to capture the entire report as being read, whilst I focus on some key points within the report. Mr. Speaker, your committee met on the 10th of January 2022 to consider the commercial agreement that was referred to the committee for the construction of a bridge, the Afram River Bridge, which is about 3 kilometers long. Mr. Speaker, at the committee we were made to understand that the objective of the project is to enhance productivity in the agricultural sector of the Afram Plains area And also again, the aim of constructing the bridge over the Afram is to promote agriculture in the area, along with promoting internal and regional integration. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 6.0, Mr. Speaker, were made to understand that the project will cost 200 million euro. And Mr. Speaker, these were the breakdown that were given to the committee. That, Mr. Speaker, engineering design, including consultancy and soil investigation, will cost 10 million. Mobilization and site preparation, including camps, sites, office and storage facility, will also cost 6.5 million euro. Mr. Speaker, the construction of substructures, including foundation and power caps, will also cost 103 million euros. Then, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing and supply of installation of composite substructures, including construction of deck and walkway, will also cost 72 million euros. Speaker, the bridge furniture and others, other safety barriers will also cost 3.5 million euro, and association works, including associated works, including toll station and weighing stations, will also cost 5 million euro. In total, is 200 million euro. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 7, which is the conclusion, the committee arrived at the conclusion that the construction of a bridge over the Afram River at Adosu Echi, Amanfrom, will undoubtedly enhance the movement of people and promote trade, which will impact positively on the socio-economic development of the populace within the catchment area. The committee hereby recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Roads and Highways and represented by the Ghana Highways Authority, and BNIP Johnson Adosu Consortium of Netherlands, for an amount of 200 million euro for the construction of a bridge over the Afram River at Adosu Echi, Amanfrom. I respectfully submit it, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ranking member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak, to first of all second the motion moved by my chairman and also to speak in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, the justification of this project is quite clear. We need many of these at different parts of the country. By the way, it is not only the 2 points mentioned that need getting to Afram Plain that needs roads, but it is good to have this at one of the entry points from the eastern region. Mr. Speaker, earlier I was trying to draw the attention of my very good friend, the MP for one side of the bridge, to the effect that when he says, if this bridge is built, it will be the 5th. Initially he said the longest, now he said the 5th longest. That is also not true. I can read out the first 5 longest bridges. But you see, that's not what we are doing. I'm saying this simply because there might be a student listening, and he says that I heard it in Parliament, that this bridge will be the 5th longest, which is factually incorrect. So we can try to take credit for everything, but take credit for what is a fact. Taking credit for what is untrue doesn't make you land at the right place. Mr. Speaker, like I said, the issues I have with this agreement are the same as I had with the approach route. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult to tell whether this bridge would actually cost 200 million, but it's being built across quite a challenging section of the Pra River. So we all look forward to see how it will be done. But this is not the first time we have approved loans for bridges, and those bridges are yet to be constructed. So I just encourage the minister to work hard on this. We are told this will be 42 months to complete. Well, they are now going to do VFM. In my own view, I suspect VFM and others will take us close to the end of the year if they want to do a good job. So 42 months from there, unless the contractor splits up work, it will take some time. But Mr. Speaker, very interesting in this agreement is a line item that we are going to borrow money to do, Mr. Speaker. We all heard Mr. variously Friday speaking to the media, talking about what this House took a decision of. The chair there took a decision some time ago to query the decision of the road minister for taking a unilateral decision to order the cessation of collection of tolls. In his response, the minister told this country that he is not henceforth asking that tolls will not be collected on roads in the country again. It was just a so-called operational decision taken. But last week, Mr. Speaker...
Honorable, are you speaking to the report?
Mr. Speaker, I am coming to the...
No, finish with the report, Dr.
Mr. Speaker, I am building my point and I'm pleading with you.
Honorable member, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
The report your committee has brought...
Mr. Speaker, I am speaking from something that is in the... I'm part of the committee. Mr. Speaker...
part of the report.
Mr. Speaker, the document that formed the basis of the very limited space in the report. Mr. Speaker, the minister last week, he is in advanced stage of converting all toll booths into public toilets. Mr. Speaker, he has no such powers. In any case, the toll booths are in the middle of the roads. How are you going to put toilets in, convert them to toilets? Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? Because this minister is about to borrow an amount of 558,000 Ghana cedi euros, close to 4 million Ghana cedi, to build a new toll booth. You are converting existing toll booths to toilet, yet you are borrowing 4 million Ghana cedi to build a new toll booth. In this document, is here. Minister, if you haven't read it, this is where it is. Read your own document. And Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't allow ministers to think that when they come here, we give them approval, they can go and do whatever they like.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is talking out of complete ignorance. He is very ignorant about what he is talking about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he is quoting from graphic or daily reportage. It was an interview. It's just a small portion that has been turned out. You haven't had the opportunity to listen to the whole interview. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the press and they wanted to know the future of all the toll booths. And among others, I said the ministry has plans and government has plans. We are thinking of a lot of ways to put the toll booths. And among them, I said that even the current toll booths, we have about 38 of them, at various vantage points in the country. And as part of it, we are even going to improve the sanitary situation at all these places. For instance, and I said among other things that for instance, on the highway, and we all see it all the time, vehicles stop indiscriminately, and drivers, passengers get down, and we see people urinating everywhere indiscriminately. It's so indecent. So if among other things, we use this period to improve the sanitary situation at these toll booths, we would even allow drivers to stop in case passengers want to use that facility, among other things. So it wasn't a statement that I made, it wasn't a report, it was an interview, but that portion was paid, and you do not have access, and you are not privy to the entire
let's return to
interview.
The report.
And as a member of parliament,
honorable ranking member,
this alone,
let me put
ignorance.
Honorable Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you put out your mic? You have succeeded in undermining the discussion of your own report, your committee's report, by introducing matters which are not reported on by your committee. I think it is fair that we return to the committee's report. You have the opportunity to discuss any other matter, either by a statement or outside of the report. But I think that this is not the occasion to discuss what is it called, toll booth conversion to public toilet or whatever. This is a discussion of your report. Please, let's proceed with your report. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the road minister, as he knows, is one of the colleagues in this chamber that I have great respect for. But the use of the word ignorant on a colleague is offense order 93-2. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. It shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impugn improper motives to any other member, or to make personal allusions. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to, he may disagree with the colleague in whatever form, but to describe what he's saying as ignorant, and he's speaking out of ignorance, it is improper in our standing orders, as I've quoted. So I'll urge the minister to do what is right, but by withdrawing. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you yourself said, the report of the committee is a very important one that we need to concentrate on. But if in this report we are seeking approval of over 500,000 euros to build other toll booths, obviously it ties in with how we are using the current one. And I want to urge the minister to be tolerant and listen to the other people, because even when he got up to the objection, I didn't hear him say that he never said it was going to be used for the purpose for which our colleague mentioned. He said, among other things, it could be used for, toilets and urinals. He himself just said it. So it means that among other things, that meaning he hasn't said that he did not say it will be used for urinal or toilet, but among other things. And our colleague is drawing attention that toll booths are in the middle of the road. They are not by the side of the road. It is urinals and toilets are used when they are on the sideways of the roads. And we all travel abroad, we see how it is. But in the middle of the road, how can you use structures right in the middle of the road for urinals or for toilets? But I think that the most significant thing here is the referral to the colleague, that he is ignorant or he is speaking out of ignorance. I thought that he could use other words that may be acceptable by our standing orders, and I just draw the attention of the minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, your colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my view, if I use the word ignorance, that word is not an insult. And somebody is ignorant, and all of us can be ignorant of the facts of an issue. So I was trying to draw my colleague's attention that he is ignorant of the facts of the issue. He was not privy to it, of what I said. So it's not directly at my colleague, it's not insulting, it's not abuse. I was referring to the fact that he was talking about a subject that he didn't have all the full facts. He was ignorant of what happened and what took place. And Mr. Speaker, that was what I was referring to. And it wasn't an insult, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, in this House, we have ruled a couple of times that the use of ignorance is offensive. So I so rule that the use of ignorance is offensive. So I kindly ask you to withdraw. You may substitute that he was misinformed or he used the wrong misinformation or something. But ignorance has been ruled to be offensive in the House. Yes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take a cue from you and I will draw that sentence. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we finish with the report? Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but it must be put on record that if a member is misleading the House and attribute a statement to somebody of which he hasn't made such statement, because the reaction was that the minister had said that he will convert the toll booth to toilet, and he was here to tell you that I didn't say so. So by trying to mislead the House that the minister has said so, he needed to let him know that what he knows is not accurate, and that was ignorant.
Honorable members, I have ruled and I insist that we return to the report. I will not allow any more comments on a matter which is said to be reported elsewhere. Let's speak to the report. Anything outside the report, I will overrule it. Please.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the report, as I said, what my concerns about the link roads are similar to what we have in the bridge component. We are also seeing figures here which suggest that we are going to borrow money for the use of the developer to take insurance, both risk insurance and also performance insurance against us. And I'm saying that the standard practice that we've seen in many contracts, especially those executed by Ghanaians, is that they buy this insurance as a risk, taking mitigation against risk from their own sources. But in this contract, this is not the first one. I'm just saying that let's pay attention to it. Maybe even contract that predates this particular administration, we've given money to developers to take up insurance against us. And I don't think it is any businessman does that. And since we are a state, we need to raise these issues that we can deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the minister that if you take the contract document that was given to us, which was the basis of the report, page 8 and item 1.1.3, provision of employers dispute adjudication board fee. And I'm saying that if we're going to borrow 500,000 euros and be paying interest on it in anticipation that we are going to have a dispute and then there'll be a board sitting which will take this money, yes, it could be somebody who says it's a prudent decision that you set aside money. But when you are borrowing this money and paying interest on it, is it the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker? I don't think it's the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, my last point is on page 12 of the contract document itself. And this is it. Item 5.6. My chairman has already alluded to it. An amount of 532,793 euros to build a toll plaza. I agree with the minister. If I have my way, I will say let's begin to collect the tolls tomorrow, because we have the potential of realizing at least 220,000 Ghana cedi every day, which will be useful to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good project, Mr. Speaker, and as long as we can derive good value for money, taking into consideration, Mr. Speaker, we have been making this comment all along. I'm happy the majority leader is here. Maybe if government is not forthcoming with the way forward, shouldn't Parliament take the charge by determining that we find out which ministry will be responsible for writing a legislation to identify how we get VFM auditors licensed, and then so that when we approve this thing, there might be professionals out there who will be vying to bid to be VFM auditors, instead of a single person at the Ministry of Finance deciding by himself who will do the VFM. And in most cases, Mr. Speaker, it's even difficult to tell whether those people who benefit for being the VFM auditors even pay the right taxes. Because when you say that you gave this to Ghana Institute of Surveyors, and then Ghana Institute of Surveyors select one of their own, where is you are doing VFM, you are supposed to be doing the right thing. And the process of selecting the VFM auditor itself is shrouded in a very opaque order. And then the person paying you is the person you are auditing. I'm saying that paying your examiner to mark your script cannot be a nice way of determining your competence in that particular exam. And so what we are doing is not proper. Let Parliament take control of this and find out how we can get a better way of selecting VFM
Honorable,
auditors.
don't all those who take examination, don't we all pay the examiners through our examination fee?
Mr. Speaker, I haven't selected any of my examiners before.
However it happens, we pay them through our examination fee.
Oh yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's a service. They are professional. They ought to be paid. But when one person who is being audited pays them and select them, Mr. Speaker, I think we can do better, and it will open up another avenue for certain professional lawyers, QSEs can put themselves together as VFM auditing firms. I'm sure we can create very sustainable jobs out of this, Mr. Speaker. With these few words, I thank the ministry for this. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm noticing something. All these new, huge projects appear to be very remote from certain parts of the country. When it comes to loans that we are taking to do hospitals, schools, and roads, I am saying that it appears only certain sections of the country are benefiting too much. Let us be more democratic in spreading out this project. There's another debate we can have on another day, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement, the reports before the House. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my friends from the other side to wholeheartedly support this particular loan agreement. Mr. Speaker, we all know in political circles that this particular loan is going to benefit our friends from the other side, since the Afram Prince and other areas in political circle belongs to the NDC. And Nanado is going to set history in this country by constructing this particular bridge over the Afram River. Mr. Speaker, we all know since independence, the Afram Prince has been cut off from this particular section of this country, especially in accessing roads to Accra and other areas. It is therefore a welcome news that Nanado, through the Minister of Roads, has been able to actually think of the people of Afram Prince. And as Rankin has said, Rankin, in your record, you said that this is not the fifth largest in Africa. Mr. Speaker, the largest bridge in Africa, West Africa, is 11.8 kilometers. That is Ibrahim Babangida, Nigeria. That's then we have 20.5 kilometers. That's Africa. In Karu, it took them about 30 years for them to finish this particular bridge in Karu. Mr. Speaker, like I said, Nanado is going to set history. Whether it is the fifth largest in Africa, we are talking about Ghana. And Ghana, this is the first time that a government of Nanado Dankwa, through the Minister of Road, is going to implement this particular bridge. Therefore, I will urge my friends from the other side to support this wholeheartedly, since in political sector, as I said earlier, it's going to benefit the other side of our political divide. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the reports before the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Where is the champion? Okay. He's not in the chamber. Very well. Are you on your feet? Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice in support of the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I indeed, in support of the request to approve this facility to ensure that the bridge is constructed across the Afram. Mr. Speaker, the point is that the Afram Plains is described as the breadbasket of this country. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you express the difficulties that our sisters and brothers and cousins go through in transporting to the lakefront and waiting for the pontoon just to cross over and transport the goods further to Accra and Nkoko. When this bridge is constructed, it will totally eradicate that mode of transportation, because sometimes the ferry will break down, and if it takes like a week or 3 days for the ferry to be repaired, that is how long it takes them to stay along the lakeshore and wait for transportation. And so I'm totally in support. It will also open up further the Front Plains area to further, for instance, encourage other young people to go into farming and planting for food and exports. It will be encouraged. It will also help my people to transport goods and services and other ways across the lake from, say, Agodake, Echi, Amman, from Donkokrom to Germany. And it will also reduce travel time. That, for instance, if you are from Donkokrom and you want to travel to Impraiso or in Koko and further to Accra, you don't have to get to the shoreline and wait for the Pentu, however long it takes. And so, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion that this report be approved and the facility approve of the construction of them. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that the committee recommended to the House to adopt the report and approve the commercial contract between the government of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Roads and the Ghana Highways, as well as the contractor. In all the arguments that I've heard on the floor, particularly from the ranking member and all the issues I've pointed out, what is gladdening my heart is that the committee has made the recommendation that we should approve of it. And I think the House should join the committee to make sure that this landmark project is approved. Over the last 1 year, or let's say 1.5 years, the Ministry of Roads has brought 2 monumental projects that I think we should pay attention to. This is one of them. The other is the Voluvo Bridge. If you remember, Minister, you brought the Voluvo Bridge, was also close to 200 million that will cross from the eastern region to Volta and that was also approved in this House, was it? So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we all accept that there are some projects that make history for us, and this is one of them. Every time we used to say that our Front Plains was overseas, but after this project, we are going to have what we call the bread basket of Ghana, an area that can be turned into a huge commercial enterprise for this nation, now having direct access to the mainland. There's nothing better than that we can. In fact, we can actually turn our Front Plains into an area that can feed the entire sub-West African region, particularly the Saharan region. Mr. Speaker, the change of environment, the environmental degradation that is coming is hitting West Africa badly, including some security challenges that West Africa is going to face. And it will mean that the southern states would have to start planning to see how they will be.
Honorable Minister, can you hold on? Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Right, Mr. Speaker, my respected senior colleague made a comment about the road minister bringing a loan here for the Voluvo Bridge. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the bridge called Voluvo Bridge loan agreement was approved in this House in 2016. What we sought to do is to get, and in fact it's in November, it was in November, but the Japanese said we should build the approaches. That process did not conclude before 2017, and the road minister rightly brought the agreement for the approach to the bridge. So when you say we are talking about Voluvo Bridge, the bridge itself, the loan for that has been sealed before 2017, and that must reflect the record in this House, Mr. Speaker. That's all I want to tell you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, these are fundamental projects that the government of Ghana is working on. I was a member of the Finance Committee that worked on the Voluvo Bridge, so I recollect correctly about some of these things. But like I said, they are fundamental projects. And the other one that I do know that the road minister is working on is the one that links the Oti, the Dambai area. They are projects that whatever it should take as a government, we should squeeze and look for funds and do these projects for all of us. That's why I said that I am glad that whatever the difficulties, whatever the concerns the end result is that the committee has recommended that we should approve of these projects. It will benefit Ghana, it will benefit West Africa, and it will be one of the projects that technically, we may not see it, will solve some of the security challenges that we are going to face in the future. All the migration that is happening, places like the farm place are areas that we can use, whether for cattle ranch or for housing or for agricultural purposes, to be able to feed a lot of the people who are within the Saharan region. For that particular reason alone, I will urge this entire House to support it and make sure that they urge the minister to speed up work on this bridge so that over the next 2-3 years we can get this bridge done and done properly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, from Plains MP.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to add my voice that this Honorable House approve the sum amount of 200 million euros for the construction of the bridge over the Afram Plains River that is connecting Adosu to Eche Amanfrom. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, since the construction of the Akosomo Dam, the Afram Plains has been cut off from the larger country. With the intervention of then His Excellency, former President Jerry John Rawlings, who continuously showed interest in the Afram Plains, and by laying electricity through the Afram River so that the people of Afram Plains could be hooked onto the national grid, that brought some light to the people of Afram Plains. Again, in 2016, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama then arranged for a ferry to be built on the Agodeke Pando Volta Lake so that the people of Afram Plains can be linked to the larger country. Mr. Speaker, the Afram Plains happens to connect the eastern region with the Volta region. And as many members have already said, Afram Plains happens to be the bread basket or the food basket of this country. Mr. Speaker, the Afram Plains is endowed with fertile land, water, and indeed labor. When we talk about labor that can help promote our agric system. And indeed, when in 2021, a question was filed to the minister by myself, the Minister for Roads and Highways, concerning the road network, the highways, and the bridge of Afram Plains, the minister, in his good words, assured the House that between 2022 and 2023, he was going to ensure that the Afram Plains roads and the bridge were constructed. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I am humbled and I'm happy again to witness this day that we have all been called here to approve the sum of 200 million euro for the construction of the bridge on the Adosu Eche River. However, Mr. Speaker, I also observed that in the various reports that has been presented, through the good works of the previous administration, Mr. Speaker, Adosu and prior to the Kou Enclave were connected through good roads constructed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. By rehabilitating the Kou Mountainous Road to ensure that people easily can access the Kou area. However, Mr. Speaker, I realize that a lot of focus has been put on Begro Kou Road and Mprayeso Tafu Road. However, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the Afram Plains, again, the Afram Plains North, with the capital being Donkokrom, has been the oldest district and yet the most deprived district within the Kwahu zone. You can see here that the minister has advised that the road construction will end somewhere in Donkokrom. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the Minister for Roads and Highways through your office that Afram Plains does not end in Donkokrom. The connection, in fact, when you talk about, in his last response to my question, the 103 kilometers in the Afram Plains, it ends in Agodeke before you cross the Volta Lake to the Pando, that is in the Volta region. So I'll plead with the minister, Honorable Minister, that this construction should not end here. We should focus more on linking Donkokrom, Apiabra, Amankwa to Agodeke. That is where, in fact, when we are talking about food, when we are talking about the Volta fish that we all enjoy so much, because when you go to Adabraka and you are buying smoked fish, Volta fish, that is where most of these foods are coming from. And so if we limit the construction to Donkokrom, we will not be getting the actual benefit of Afram Plains being the food basket of the country. Again, I want to say a very big thank you to the minister, because Honorable Minister, continuity is very important. And that as the previous NDC administration stated in the 2016 manifesto that they were going to construct this bridge, you did not leave it there, but you saw it right to continue this humbling project. We are most grateful. However, I will plead with you.
Concluded.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that the Afram Plains, had it not been for the good work of them, the NDC will still be cut off. So when my Honorable Minister for Defense was speaking, that this project is going to be a huge eye-opener, I want him to know that we are already open. Thank you very much.
So you don't need the project, do you?
This project. Mr. Speaker,
I thought you were thanking them for the project, but you said you already have it.
Not forgetting that in as much as this bridge comes as an incentive infrastructure to the good people, the demanding request of the people of Afram Plains is the road network, that is the highway connecting Agodeke to Echiamanfu. Mr. Speaker, we are counting on you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader before Honorable Minister comes. Right? Honorable Majority, Minister, your mic here. Now, Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much. Looks like we are dealing with the commercial contract agreement, and that being the case, we really should be speaking about the amount being contracted, and whether or not, as I met the honourable member, the ranking member on Roads and Highways, speak. But at this stage, it is the concern should be the value for money that we are getting. We're not talking about a loan contracts. These are loan contracts. We'll be talking about the worth of the project. But we are moved away from there. I think often we mix up the two. And really, because many people have spoken about that, maybe I may join them in doing wrong, in doing what is not right, and commenting on popular demand, commenting on the worth of it. Mr. Speaker, when the Constitution provides in Article 36, Clause 2D, that the state shall in particular take all the necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include, D says, undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of each region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural areas and generally redressing any imbalance in development between the rural and the urban areas. So, Speaker, this indeed is at the heart of this project. And that is why when I heard my colleague, the Honorable Abuja, talk about the fact that this is in a remote setting, my heart really was full of joy, except that he jumped to another area to say that there should be even development. Yes, indeed, we should, as a House, ensure even development. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides for the President of the Republic to come before Parliament, that is, as imposed by Article 36(5), that the President should come to Parliament with a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agricultural and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. When these documents are brought to us, we need to go through it and measure what is required to contain to ensure that each region, each district is adequately covered and served. But we take the documents and we put them on shelves. That is where this matter that my colleague, the Honorable Abuja, is bringing should be addressed. You look at the document and critique it, that maybe this region has been left out. This district is not adequately served. They are not having their fair share of the national cake. So, Speaker, that is how to interrogate that document. Unfortunately, oftentimes, as I've said, we don't even look in that direction. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Abuja that as a House, we should really be looking at the cost of projects. This year, in this year's budget, we set aside, I think, about 5 million Ghana cedis. For this purpose, that the committees are supposed to tap into to engage professionals to interrogate the House internally. Mr. Speaker, ever since that, and that's more than 10 years ago, no committee, absolutely no committee has tapped into that resource. So it goes back to chest. And yet this is what it's supposed to do. I would want the minister, the chairman responsible for roads and highways, and the ranking member himself, a technical person in that field, to come together so that when referrals are made, and you think that is beyond you, the requisite application, to engage consultants, experts on your own, that will enrich the quality of debate. Today, as I said, the short time that I've been here, I've heard people talk about the loan agreement and not the commercial contracts. The Speaker, yesterday I was driving from Kumasi to Accra, and I met tankers. I passed about 15 of them by, from Mali and Burkina Faso. They were driving a convoy, coming to pick load bitumen from Ghana and take them to Burkina Faso. Mr. Speaker, they ferried them from here to Burkina Faso on our routes. Mr. Speaker, they come from aggregates from northern Ghana. And yet, oftentimes, some of the roads are cheaper than the roads in Ghana. This is what you should be interrogating. What is causing this? For commercial contracts, Mr. Speaker, this should be our concern. We are talking about other matters. And that is why I'm saying that we should really be looking at what it is that we should be looking at. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, the Ghana Institution of Engineers, they have a role to play. Internally, we could rely on them to offer some advice to us as to whether or not what we are doing is right. Mr. Speaker, and I believe the Committee on Roads and Highways would be falling so much in them. Speaker, we want equitable distribution, development of all districts. If the private sector should move into those areas, we should place at their disposal the very essentials, basic development essentials like electricity, like water, road network. Without this, it is difficult to serve them. And that's why I commend the minister for bringing this. What we should ensure, as I said at the very outset, would have been to interrogate it, to see whether, because I see itemized here, engineering design including consultancy and soil investigation, 10 million euro. That is what we should be speaking about now. What are the experts telling us about it? Is it adequate, or is it an overkill? That is what we should be interrogating now. The Speaker, mobilization and site preparation, including camps, is 6.5 million euro. Construction of substructure, including 103 million euro. What is the extent of it? I'm told it's about 3 kilometers. How many piles will be there? What is the cost of driving each pile? That is what, at this stage, we should be talking about. We don't even know the depth. That is what Parliament should be talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst I express appreciation to the Minister, I think Parliament itself should wake up in order to do what is right. That's what is required of us. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Does the Honourable Minister wish to conclude?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come by Order 91. Debate may be interrupted on about 4 different grounds, and I want to come by this order to further elucidate on the toll booth issue, which my colleague raised, to offer some explanation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I want to listen to you, but the reference to Order 91 is inapposite. Just proceed.
Okay. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came into an understanding from the comment by some
Before you proceed, honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the explanation I offered on the question of the toll booths and the washroom issue, as was raised by my colleague at the other side and the ranking for roads and transport. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleagues at the other side, murmuring that the toll booths are in the middle of the road. It has given me the impression of perhaps the erroneous impression some people might have out of the reportage. Mr. Speaker, when we were speaking and when I was speaking in the interview, anybody who listened to it, and we say it all the time, it's a question of either misinformation or misunderstanding. Mr. Speaker, we always talk about 38 toll booths around the country. And Mr. Speaker, anytime we say so, we are referring to the sites from our perspective and not the toll booths per se. Mr. Speaker, if we were to refer to toll booths, we have over 100. And Mr. Speaker, I I want to even draw colleagues' attention to only Tema and Accra Brothers, which all of us are familiar with. Both of them have almost 10 toll booths. Just the two. They have about 10 toll booths. So if you count all the toll booths around the country, you may be close to 100. But whenever we say that we have 38 across the country, we are referring to toll booth sites. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, and from the time the toll booths were put up, some of them, and the modern ones we have been putting up, they even have well-established washrooms in a number of them. That is why in the interview and in our program, we said that going forward, we want to refurbish the toll booths, that is at the toll booth centers, the offices, where we have offices attached, and we even have ongoing washrooms. We are going to improve upon them, among other things that we want to do, to modernize the toll booth centers. And the primary aim and objective for doing that, one of them will be to advise even road users and commercial drivers that if passengers decide to use the washrooms, some of which even already exist, we make them available, so that instead of people easing themselves by the roadside, which we all know is an eyesore, they could resort to the refurbished washrooms to be used. And I think it's a laudable idea, among others. So when we refer to toll booths, we are not referring to the booths in the middle of the roads, as is being dotted out. We are referring to toll centers, and some of them even currently have ongoing washrooms. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 24, resolution. Honorable Minister, resolution. Honorable Minister, resolution number 24.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move this page one. I rise to move for the resolution containing today's order paper number 24. No.
Yes, number 24 in today's order.
Number 24 on
page
15 and 16. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, ranking member.
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the resolution, the motion to adopt resolution number 24, on pages 15 and 16 of today's order paper, has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House has adopted resolution number 24 on pages 15 and 16 of today's order paper. The second of this speaker to take the seat. Now we will return to statements. And the statement to be taken is by the Honourable Member for Nadoli Kalio constituency, Suma Winkara Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to highlight
some form of injustice perpetrated against non-permanent employees of public healthcare facilities in Ghana in the hope of seeking appropriate redress. Mr. Speaker, due to the human resource inadequacies in most cities in Ghana, management of these facilities have resorted to engaging persons to fill the vacancies. These employees are often characterized as casual or temporary staff and remunerated from the facility's internal generated funds. The category of staff mostly contracted under such schemes are non-clinical and generally referred to as support service staff, made up of administrative or clerical staff, maintenance personnel, orderlies, drivers, security men and workmen, among others. The inability of the Ministry of Health to formally employ qualified personnel to fill existing vacancies, but rather rely on health facilities to engage temporary staff is accordingly attributable to the Ministry's inability to secure financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. Therefore, the burden of filling the vacancies and the concomitant cost of maintaining these personnel is shifted to the respective health facilities where such temporary staff render services. Mr. Speaker, the core of my submission is not limited to the financial burden these facilities have to bear, but rather the abuse of the rights of these workers. These employees have been engaged for periods between 6 months to 20 years and beyond, and are yet characterized and treated as casual or temporary staff in contravention of the laws of this country. In Section 75, subsection 1 of the Labour Act, Act 651, and reinforced by the Supreme Court ruling in Benjamin Aya and 691 others versus Cocoa Marketing Board, it is provided that such employees whose services are continuously used by the employer for periods exceeding 6 months should be deemed as permanent workers and be entitled to all benefits associated with it. Unfortunately, the converse is the case, as these persons are still illegitimately considered by facilities where they serve as casual or temporary workers and denied the appropriate entitlements. Mr. Speaker, it will also interest you to know that this phenomenon is very pervasive, as virtually all health facilities under the ambit of the Ministry of Health across the country are involved in this practice, with thousands of people affected. Mr. Speaker, the abuse of the rights of these employees takes several other forms, but the most inhumane and degrading is the poor and irregular remuneration. It is worthy of note that most of the affected persons are paid below the prescribed minimum wage, and in some cases with amounts ridiculously low as 180 Ghana cedis per month. Beyond it being unrealistically low, the remuneration is often in arrears. Again, Right Honourable Speaker, these persons have no written contracts of employment specifying their rights and obligations. As such, there is no definite determination regarding social security or pensions, leave entitlements, career development programs, payment terms, wage grade, conduct relating to incapacitation, and length of termination notice, among others. It is therefore not surprising that they are often not entitled to any form of leave or capacity development programs, have no social security in place for them, and are most often victims of unfair dismissal. To summarize, this phenomenon has 3 major implications: the adverse effects on health facilities finances, the low staff morale and capacity, and finally, the potential or likelihood of legal suits against the Ministry of Health and its agencies arising from the blatant abuse or violation of the rights of such workers. Right Honourable Speaker, having espoused the challenges and the likely implications, I dare propose the following for the consideration of the respective authorities. The Minister for Employment and Labour Relations should, as a matter of agency, investigate the abuse of workers' rights and breaches of the Labour Act and take relevant action as legislation. 2. The Ministry of Health, through its agencies, should conduct a human resource gap analysis to establish the justification or otherwise of the engagement of these employees and the recruitment practices employed thereof, and deal with any cases of abuse of the prerogative to engage casual or temporary employees. And finally, the Ministry of Health should work or liaise with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning to secure financial clearance to formally engage this category of staff or regularize their appointments. The practice of continuously denying these employees financial clearance
while their services are required and indeed utilized, is irreconcilable and an injustice. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that this statement will bring to fore this illegitimate practice pertaining at public health facilities and the level of injustice meted out to these workers. As such, it is my fervent belief that the relevant ministries will take the required remedial action. Again, this August House, in line with Article 103, Clause 3, will take necessary steps available to it to seek justice for these employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement.
Yes, Honorable Sebastian Sangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Member for Nadoli Kaleo constituency on the abuse of the rights of non-permanent employees of public health institutions. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the very important and relevant statements that have been made in this House, and I really commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that if the fish comes out of water and tells you that the crocodile has one eye, you have to believe. The maker of the statement, has a background in health service administration, a senior, or for that matter, a principal health service administrator, and I happen to work with him in the same hospital. So while I was a director, he was my health service administrator, and what he has presented clearly is one of the many challenges that the health facilities face, and these particular workers, in fact, they are even referred to as casuals. He has used a better term as non-permanent, but they are mostly referred to as casual workers. Mr. Speaker, they suffer a lot, and I believe all of us in our various constituencies, we have such health workers who have worked for years without being regularized, and they earn very little, like you have stated, very, very far below the minimum wage. I mean, in today's economy, somebody earning 180 with family, with children, you realize that this clearly is a human rights abuse, and they need attention, like the maker of the statement has said. They have no conditions of service. They continue to work, and sometimes to beat the law. Some health managers would temporarily sack them and reappoint just to beat the law. And Mr. Speaker, these issues will have to be looked at as he has recommended. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes worrying is the fact that when even clearance is secured and you are asked to present some names, you may have the practice where the names forwarded from, say, a particular district along the channel of communication to headquarters, some of these names may never surface. You submit the names, people have worked for 20 years, you submit the names at a point. The names are replaced due to various reasons, political, whatever reasons you can assign. And these people continue to suffer and working in very difficult and challenging situations. So
I thank the maker of the statement. It's a very good statement that, Mr. Speaker, you really will have to look at it and direct it appropriately, because I think it's a statement that will find solution, or, we take the recommendation seriously. It will go a long way to help so many permanent health workers who have worked for years without the remuneration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the
Yes, I'm come to you, Honorable Member for NABDA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks a lot to the maker of the statement. Indeed, it is like a secret, or it is an open secret in most hospitals in the country. And when government institutions are involved in, let me put in quotes, a criminal activity, sometimes it is difficult for it to come out. And that's why I'm saying that actually the maker of the statement has done very well to highlight this issue. Mr. Speaker, the hospital work is teamwork. It is not limited to only doctors and nurses alone. But most often we hear, oh, we've had financial clearance for doctors, we've had financial clearance for nurses, and that ends it. But it is a complex organization. We have everything. Those who have to clean the area, the orderlies. Indeed, if you go to hospital where there are no, they don't have enough orderlies, I believe that you will not be happy to look at the environment. I mean, if you can see blood, or you can see some pieces of placenta or feces or anything on the environment, I believe that nobody will be happy to see such a thing. What about the drivers? What about the security men? Sometimes people are carried to hospitals after accidents, and if not for the security men, I believe that the doctors or the nurses there cannot do any work. Because after accidents, their relatives are agitated and they want to do anything at the hospital there. What about the typists? Those who type the documents and for the hospital to run. In fact, the hospital needs everybody. We have the human resource activities. The accountants are there. If people are not being paid at the right time, will they work? No. So, all these staffs are very, very important staff that we need. And we have a situation where most of them, especially the security men, the drivers, etc., they've been, if you look at their statement, they are employed for a very long period, 6 to sometimes as long as 10 or even 20 years. They'll be working there. They are being paid from the internally generated funds of the hospital. And that internally generated fund is very, very small. In the era of national health insurance payments, etc., they are not able to pay these workers well. These workers do not have any state contribution. They don't do any state contribution for them. So when they go on pension, they don't have anything to rely on. These workers don't have any form of career development activity. If you were employed as a laborer or as a common driver, you don't have any form of career development. And so we have a situation where by the time that you'll be going on pension, you are nobody. And like you said earlier on, when even the opportunity comes, when the opportunity lands itself that they need a driver, sometimes they employ a driver from outside. not from the hospital or the health institution itself, but from outside. And when you ask, they'll tell you that the order is from above. I believe that it's a high time the government understood that hospitals and health facilities have more than the clinical staff or the paramedical staff. We require all other people to assist, deliver quality health assistance and ensure that we get the universal health coverage that we all anticipate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kate is out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend my colleague for a well-researched paper seeking to bring to fore the treatment of those who are down the ladder. Mr. Speaker, it's a major issue that affects our whole country. Same situation will be found in the education sector. Situation will be found in other sectors of the workforce. I know that some colleagues of mine in the media also have similar concerns. But coming back to the statement that has been made, the services that these people provide are crucial. In my language, we say no fana kokulu and fana vako, meaning that if we are crying for those up the ladder, we should cry for those who are below the ladder as well. I know that in recent times, doctors have laid down their tools, lab technicians have laid down their tools, but when we take them only and solve their problems, we leave the ones who assist in the facility, in the management of the facility. All of us at one point or the other have gone to a state institution where seeking health, seeking our well-being, and we know what happens in the places. There are many of their washrooms that you cannot even step in. Can we blame them if we pay them as low as 180 Ghana cedis? And as Dr. Lanwani has just said, they are not even assured of social security when they retire. I think that it would do us all a lot of good if as a people reconsider the way in which we treat each other. As we climb higher, we forget where we have come from. We forget the struggles of the ordinary persons on the street. We forget the struggles of the ordinary people in our institutions. How can anybody take into consideration its management force and not look at the well-being across board? The Ministry of Health cannot say that they are not aware that they are not able to employ some of these people. They cannot say they don't know. If you put up a facility, it is not reinventing the wheel. It is that it's a matter of course. You have management, all these service providers. Why can't we have a holistic look at the institutions and provide people with salaries that can really take them home? Mr. Speaker, I think that it will do us all good if this paper is, through your kind office, given to the Health Committee of this Parliament to take a look at it and report to us what they find and their suggestions to the Minister for Health, so that facilities that we have put up, I mean, can you imagine the Ridge Hospital, for example, that has been renovated and rebuilt by the erstwhile John Mahama administration, not having the requisite manpower to man that facility? It will deteriorate. Mr. Speaker, we cannot go on like this as a country, and I will urge you and plead with you to make sure to get the Committee on Health to look at this document and come back to us. And I thank you for the opportunity and applaud my colleague for the paper. Thank you.
Yes, let me come to the one at the stream corner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to contribute to this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, just as my colleagues have all indicated, I am proud to be associated with this statement. And then to add that apart from the various health facilities, as a nation, this is a very important topic that has research on. The metropolitan and municipal assemblies workers equally face same challenges. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking of internal revenue generations not being sufficient in this country. We have been talking of health facilities not getting the requisite revenue from their places. These are some of the problems that are draining the internal generated revenues. For example, the metropolitan and district assemblies have a lot of casual workers who are into the revenue outfit. They go to the markets. The health workers, the casual workers, some are put at the revenue section. And Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, in my constituency in Tamponov, I lost my own sister. And when my sister passed on, the bill they gave me, upon investigation, we realized that they had doubled the bill, and that was one of such casual workers. What happened? When we found out, we are not well paid. Can you imagine that? That is an example. So if you relate it to those who are casual workers in the various metropolitan and district assemblies, many are there too that are casual workers for 15, 16 years, and yet they must feed their families. How are they going to feed them with this meager amount that we give them, which is even below the minimum wage, the required minimum wage? That is a very good statement we must relook at, as my sister Gifa said. Mr. Speaker, if we can refer it to many committees, we have to work on it. The casual workers in this nation are being treated unfairly. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. I consider you to be the last person to contribute.
Speaker, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, may I anchor my contribution on Article 24, 1 of the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may read, every person has the right to work under satisfactory, safe, and healthy conditions, and shall receive equal pay for equal work without distinction of any kind. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Constitution is saying, that every person who works in the public sector ought to receive equal pay for equal work done. But there's this very important statement by the honorable member is drawing this House's attention to the clear discrimination that is being visited on this category of workers within our health subsector. Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that casual workers, as they are labeled, constitute a key component of health workers in this country. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency in South Dine, I have one hospital, which is the Peki Government Hospital at Peki Chame. I have health facilities and clinics in Chino, in Sanga, in Pegbe, in Peve, in Chupukope, in Chate, in Kaira, in Dugan, Chanakbe, Gemini. Mr. Speaker, at Dugan, at Peki Wudome and Peki Jake, at Ajokume. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm driving at is that all these other smaller health facilities that contribute in the absence of the district hospitals are mainly manned by these casual workers. They do the cleaning, they do the carrying of patients when they come. So
it is important that we pay attention to this staff. My colleague made mention of the security men, the mortuary staff. Because when you go to Peking Government Hospital like this, and patients who unfortunately passes away, and they are supposed to be transferred to the mortuary, it is the casual staffs who do that. Mr. Speaker, imagine that minus them, how are we going to handle some of these things? So, Mr. Speaker, I consider this statement as a very, very important one. And, Mr. Speaker, if it will meet it will be worthy enough for you to perhaps refer this to the Committee on Health, and maybe on a joint referral on a Committee on Health and Labor and Employment, for them to look into this matter further, and a report will be made to the House, because it's a very critical matter in this country, and indeed our labor law, which is the parent act on labor in this country and labor and industrial relations in this country, also frowns on this. And so it's important that we offer equal wages for the equal work done by these people without extension. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to urge you that you make a referral to the Committee on Health to look into this matter and bring a report for our further engagement on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on this statement. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has brought the attention of this House to a very important issue. Mr. Speaker, what the maker seeks to do has been a long-standing problem. And I believe once it has come to the attention of this House, remedial measures will be taken to remedy the situation. Mr. Speaker, as a country, the population of Ghana now is about 31 million. And Mr. Speaker, we normally complain of personnel of the health facilities. Those days, there used to be shortage of doctors, shortage of nurses, shortage of midwives, to the point that we were making use, we those from rural areas, were making use of even traditional birth attendants in the absence of the midwives. For circumcision, Mr. Speaker, we used to engage the services of what's the name? Wanzam. Yes. Mr. Speaker, you see, when you say Wanzam, it is known to we those from the hinterlands. Yes. And the peripheries. My brothers in Kolebu will not know what Wanzam is. And those in Bekwai Runabout, around G, will not even know what Wanzam is. Local circumcision. It says local circumcision. Mr. Speaker, not even too long ago, when I came here in 2009, there were only few universities, even though we were crying of doctors and this thing. It was only Kolebu and Ken UST. Meanwhile, we have a lot of fine students who qualified to attend medical to come out as doctors. It was on that note that the Mills administration, Mills Mahama administration in those days realized that no, we need to expand the training facilities for the medical doctors. We need to expand the training institutions for the midwives. We need to expand the training institutions for the general nurses. Then
we upgraded Tamale Teaching Hospital to be training doctors, upgraded even KPUs to be training doctors, even Hope to be training doctors. So from 2, it was increased to 5. And now, Mr. Speaker, because of that, almost most of our health institutions, that is why we've been able to fill most of these temporary positions, and they are now making use of medical doctors because the institutions training medical doctors have been expanded from KNUST to Kolebu to reach Ho, Kekos, and Tamale. Mr. Speaker, in that same time, we increased the number of midwifery institutions from 14 or 15 in this country to 31. That is why when the maker of the statement is making the statement, he is saying that, oh, the temporary staff, it was worse than this. When I came here in 2009, there were only 16 midwifery training schools. Then Professor Nelson Mahama said, no, we need to expand the training facilities. We radicalized it. Burahafo alone, we have 17. So now, we are not crying for lack of professional staff. The professionals are there. Then in the general nursing training, the Speaker, there were only 25 the whole country. The Mills Mahama administration added 70 to make it 95. So now, after expanding the training facilities for a number of years, within 5 years, there were backlog of trained health professionals who could not be absorbed. Then we were expanding the health facilities. Then, the Speaker, there was a change. Looking new law. Today we are here crying of security personnel who are not being paid, who are not being engaged. If doctors could be trained and engaged, midwives could be trained and engaged, nurses could be trained and engaged, why are the facilities still crying of lack of non-professionals? Mr. Speaker, the end of the matter is that the health insurance, the claims which should be paid to these health facilities to form part of their SGF, to be able to pay those people that they engage locally, it's not going. And Mr. Speaker, do we need to be told? Do somebody have to use his hand to pluck your hand? You know the reason why this is happening. Go and see the National Health Insurance money is not going. The District Assembly Common Fund, which the local authorities will use to pay people they engage to be weeding and clearing even the health facilities and sensitive parts of the district, is also not being paid. The whole of 2021, from January to December, no single release was made to the district assemblies. So, Mr. Speaker, how would the health facilities be able to pay these temporary staff that they engage? Health insurance is not paid. This Assembly Common Fund is not paid. How would they? They can't. So it is not the doing of the facilities, Mr. Speaker, it is the doing of the government. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, once this has come to the attention of the House, it will be referred to the Committee of Health because it is on livelihood. And we are representing these same people. I know that's the very reason why the Honorable Member for Nadoli Kaliu brought this matter to the attention of the House. The Speaker, you may refer the statement to the Committee of Health and make sure, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health, we cannot compromise. What is it that these people are not being paid? And professionals who have been trained are not being engaged. The end of the matter is that all is not well with our health institutions. So the earlier we took serious and drastic measures to address this issue, the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Well. The statement is hereby referred to the Committee on Health. Please look into the matter and report by close of this month. We move to Honorable Whip. You would allow me to read my statement? Yes. There's another statement. Well. So we take the second statement in the name of Honorable Kwesi Usefifa Mensah, MP for Amasaman. And the statement is on enhancing auditing function to reduce irregularities, infractions, and corruption in public institutions. So, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to make a statement on enhancing auditing function towards reducing irregularities, infractions, and perceived corruption in the public institutions. Mr. Speaker, audit is an independent, objective examination and evaluation of financial records of an organization to making sure that the financial statements are a fair and accurate representation of transactions they claim to represent. Accordingly, auditing is an exercise whose objective is to enable auditors to express an opinion on whether the financial statements give a true and fair view to an entity's affairs at the end of a period and of its profit or loss for the period under review and have been properly prepared by the applicable reporting standards. Right, Honorable Speaker, Audit Service Act 2000 at 584, Section 11, Subsection 1 states, the public accounts of Ghana and all public offices, including the courts, the central and the local government administrations, of the universities and the public institutions of like nature, of any public corporation or body or organization established by an act of parliament shall be audited and reported by the Auditor General. Subsection 2. For subsection 1, the Auditor General or any person authorized or appointed for the purpose by the Auditor General shall have access to all books, records, returns, and other documents, including documents in computerized and electronic form, relating to or relevant to those accounts. Subsection 3. The public accounts of Ghana and all persons and institutions referred to in subsection 1, including computerized financial and accounting systems and electronic transactions, shall be kept in such a form as the Auditor General shall approve and shall be subject to review by the Auditor General. Subsection 4. An internal auditor of an organization or body to which subsection 1 applies shall submit a copy of each report issued as a result of internal audit were carried out to the Auditor General. Subsection 5. All financial and accounting systems in respect of the accounts provided under subsection 1 shall be subject to prior approval of the Auditor General and may change, and any change in any such system shall be notified to the Auditor General and shall be subject to prior approval before implementation. Right, Honorable Speaker, subsection 6 states, any head of public institution or other body subject to auditing by the Auditor General who fails to comply with subsection 5 is liable to be surcharged with the cost of any loss occasioned by defective or deficient internal controls of auditing. Mr. Speaker, Section 13 of the Act states, the Auditor General shall examine in such manner as he thinks necessary the public and other government accounts and shall ascertain whether, in his opinion, A, the accounts have been kept properly, B, all public monies have been fully accounted for, and rules and procedures applicable are sufficient to secure an effective checks on the assessment, collection, and the proper allocation of the revenue. C, monies have been expended for the purpose for which they were appropriated, and the expenditure have been made as authorized. D. Essential records are maintained, and the rules and procedures applied are sufficient to safeguard and control public property. And E. Programs and activities have been undertaken with due regards to economy, efficiency, and effectiveness concerning the resources utilized and results achieved. Mr. Speaker, Section 15 of the Act states that the Auditor General shall, upon the annual statement of public accounts required under Section 40 and 41 of the Financial Administration Decree 1979 SMCD 221, to be made by the Comptroller and Accountant General, examine the statement and satisfy whether, in his opinion, the statement presents fairly financial information on the accounts per accounting policies of the government and consistent with the statement of the preceding year under best international practices, and may state such reservation or comments that he considers necessary. Subsection 20. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in this part relates, submit his report to Parliament, and shall, in the report, draw attention to any irregularities in the accounts audited and to any other matter which in his opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in our effort as a nation in fighting corruption, irregularities, and infractions in the public institution, the internal audit agency was set up by an act of this August House at 658 2003 to augment the existing corruption fighting institutions. According to the Act, the internal audit unit of any institution is mandated with the authority to audit all parts of the ministries, departments, agencies, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, MDAs and MMDAs, and shall have full access to all records, physical properties, personnel relevant to the performance of an audit. Mr. Speaker, the Internal Audit Agency was set up to coordinate, facilitate, monitor, and supervise internal audit activities and strengthen internal controls within MMDAs and MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, unlike the audit service, the internal audit unit in any state institution depends on the heads of that particular institution for stationery and any other materials that needed for the effective running of his office, depending on the heads of their institution for everything needed for their work, thus making them vulnerable in the performance of their duties. Writing a report that seems unfavorable to the institution makes him a traitor and will force him to compromise on his stance, thus leading to intimidation. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, call on this House to amend the Internal Audit Agency Act to make internal auditors more independent. I believe by so doing, Mr. Speaker, we shall achieve the main objective of setting up the agency. Mr. Speaker, it saddens my heart each time the Auditor General submits annual reports to Parliament. There seems to be no reduction in the irregularities and infractions. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Speaker, the infractions and irregularities in the Auditor General's report are supposed to be reduced year after year. However, it keeps on vacillating. Mr. Speaker, does it mean that the Auditor General does not issue right recommendations to the entities after the annual audit, or does the auditing firms fail to implement such recommendations, or the internal auditors posted to those organizations or institutions don't perform their tasks properly? Mr. Speaker, there are public outcry every year about irregularities in the Auditor General's report. Recently, there has been media reports pointing fingers at the NPP government, accusing and criticizing the government of infractions of 12 billion captured in the 2017 Auditor General's report. It must be noted that, Mr. Speaker, it must to be noted, Mr. Speaker, of the 12 billion Ghana cedis captured, reported, 90% of the irregularities and infractions occurred in the financial years preceding 2017. Refer to page 86, paragraph 401 of the 2017 Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, out of the 12 billion, 11 billion 109,116 Ghana cedis was outstanding debtors, loans, and receivables from 2016. Right Honorable Speaker, the actual audit infractions for the last from 2016 to 2020 are as follows. Total. This one, Right Honorable Speaker, you can find it from the Auditor General's report of 2020, page 7, table 1B, summary of irregularities from 2016 to 2020. 2016, the irregularities that occurred was 2,165,542,368 Ghana cedis, 14 pesos. 2017, 892,396,375,119 Ghana pesos. This means that the 2017 infractions is not 12 billion as being reported. In 2018, 5,196,043,399.94 pesos occurred. In 2019, it was 3,008,187,888 Ghana cedis, 15 pesos, and 2020, 2,053,176,449 Ghana cedis, 85 pesos. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that both the judiciary and the legislative arms of government have a huge responsibility in the fight against corruption. I want to plead that we must strengthen the existing institutions to perform their tasks effectively for the benefit of our country, Ghana. I also want to commend the President and the Commander-in-Chief of Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for setting up the Office of the Special Prosecutor to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, in my few years in the public service, I observed the following, which I think will help find solutions to irregularities and infractions. Many of the officers, Mr. Speaker, who are invited to attend to the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament are normally not the officers who supervise the transactions. By the time the audit report gets to Parliament, most of the responsible officers will be on transient, and officers who face Parliament will be new ones who either have little or no knowledge of the transaction. 2, most of the reports before it gets to Parliament will be 3 or more years old and may have outlived its relevance. Most of the reports that the Public Accounts Committee are sitting on it now relates to 2018 and 2019, which is about 3 years. 3, auditors often spend long periods in the auditee firms. It will interest you to know, Mr. Speaker, that 5 or more auditors spend weeks in auditing an organization that has only one internal auditor, who spend few weeks in completing the work at a particular organization. Their continuous stay in such organizations for audit makes them familiar and part of the organization, thereby making them compromise
in their work. 4, the auditors sometimes demand meals or fuel from the auditing firms on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, how the accountant manages to account for these expenses will be a story for another day. Right Honorable Speaker, anytime matters of corruption are raised, the public point fingers to politicians, that is ministers, MPs, MMDCs, etc., and leave out the main culprit, that is the spending officers who pay our laws are supposed to safeguard the public purse. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, I will suggest that spending officers who commit infractions at their former offices should be summoned before the Public Accounts Committee of this House to explain to the Ghanaian people why such infractions occur, even when they are on retirement or transfers. The phrase that one inherits assets and liabilities should exclude issues of audit irregularities. Each of us, Mr. Speaker, should be made to defend or account for his actions whilst in public office. Mr. Speaker, I accompanied a friend who was not a finance officer in a district assembly during the Ghana at 50 celebrations to face the commission that crowned Ghana at 50 in 2009. And this friend was so humiliated at the commission to the extent that he nearly resigned. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, he had no knowledge of what he went to the commission to defend. The person who supervised it was cooling off himself somewhere. Mr. Speaker, I will again suggest we empower the Internal Audit Agency and encourage the Auditor General to submit reports timely to this August House for Public Accounts Committee to interrogate it quickly and report to the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me firstly come to a member for Ho Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to.
Is it okay?
I want to commend the honourable member for drawing the attention of the House to the usefulness of the auditors' work. In Ghana, we have two major institutions which handle issues of audit. We have the Ghana Audit Service, which is mandated to do what we refer to as external auditing. Now, where the Ghana Audit Service does not have the personnel or the time or the funds, they engage private audit firms to carry out the audit work for them, such as KPMG, Price Waterhouse and Coopers, Bar and Associates, Ernst & Young. They have engaged such audit firms to conduct independent audit assignments on government institutions mainly, before they compile their report for Parliament Committee on Public Accounts. The other one is the Internal Audit Agency, which in Act 658 is required to be established in each organization, and they are expected to carry out audit function within their organizations. So you see clearly that the internal audit units established in organizations become part of the management of the institutions. So it's questionable how independent they can be. The extent of independence is limited because they have to report to the chief executive.
and they are regularly involved in the transactions of the organization in which they are established. It is very, very important to note the difference between the two. The external one is carried out by the Ghana Audit Service, whilst the internal work is done by the Internal Audit Agency people. Now, Mr. Speaker, modern day audit is essentially systems audit. We want to ensure that systems are established for processing transactions. And if the internal audit unit of the organization is able to do its work properly, the external auditors rely heavily on their output in order to carry out their assignment. But as I said earlier, because they are in the organization and they report to the chief executive of the organization, there is a limit on how far they can be independent. Now, some organizations, some statutory institutions have tried to work around this by requesting that internal audit units report to the board. And then there is also the provision in the law that apart from reporting to the board or the council of the institution, they should forward such reports to the Directorate of the Internal Audit Agency in Accra. These ways, they have got some small leeway to exercise their independence. Now, their duty is there are proper internal checks in processing transactions. For instance, one person cannot carry out a transaction from inception to conclusion. And it is the duty of the internal audit unit to make sure that this does not happen. They have to help design the system, get it approved by the board, and then management takes responsibility for implementing the system. Now, all government agencies, government institutions, MDAs, are expected to have the internal audit unit within their establishment. And if this functions properly, it helps to reduce corruption in the organization. But the issue is, how powerful are they? Are they well qualified? Are they chartered accountants who can live up and look into the face of the chief executive and tell him that what you are doing, you want to do is not correct? And that has been a source of conflict between internal audit and internal audit units and the management, the senior management of the organizations. Now, external audit reports of public institutions have been submitted to Public Accounts Committee of Parliament. As he rightly said, we have reports of losses amounting to about 14.3 billion over the years that he quoted. The question is, what have we done about this? Mr. Speaker, you will notice that this 14.3 billion from 2016 to 2020 reported is double what we are looking for in the e-levy. From e-levy sources, we are looking for about 6.9 billion. But we have got a report of embezzlement amounting to 14.3 billion. Can't we pursue this? On a consistent basis, reports issued by the Auditor General have been consistently ignored. Actions have not been taken on them. And that is why we have lost so much money that we continue to embezzle public funds, because nothing is happening to the people who embezzle the funds. In a few cases, either for political reasons or whatever, we prosecute people for financial loss to the state. If these people who are sitting in the organizations are identified to have caused losses to the organization in which they serve, can't we put our feet down, bring them out, and punish them and recover the funds from them? I think it is important that when the Auditor General issues a report, we should respect and take actions on this. Indeed, every institution or authorities which we have passed acts for, there is a section on audit and finance. And what use are we putting those pieces of legislation to? We just passed the law. We are expected to give reports to Parliament, but sometimes the organizations don't even bring the report. And when Auditor General comes up with its report, we don't do anything. I think it's about time we take a serious look at the work of PAC, to empower it, to hold people accountable, and then recover the monies. When we can get the monies misspent or stolen from officials who do corruptive acts, then we can be looking at a country that will be implementing the laws that we pass. We cannot just sit here and be passing laws without getting any benefits from them. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is necessary for us to tighten the belts from that angle, not only tightening our belts to pay taxes and then we don't get any benefits from them. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let me invite the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, you'll be my last speaker, so hold on. But please, let's be a bit snappy.
Yes, we'll try.
A lot of people want to contribute, so let's be brief so that we can give the opportunity to other members to also do the contribution. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement, which I find very, very important and consequential on the developmental aspirations of our country. Mr. Speaker, the statement made borders on matters of accountability and the protection of the public purse of our country. Mr. Speaker, I think that the maker of the statement is thrown out a lot of issues, thought-provoking issues, which we all have to pay attention to. And for me, Mr. Speaker, the fundamental point which this statement puts before us as a House is how do we protect the public purse? How do we protect the resources of the people? And Mr. Speaker, if you allowed me, as the celebrated Prime Minister of UK, Margaret Thatcher, said, that there's really nothing like public funds. It's all your taxes, it's your money. And so the composite concept of public funds, in her view, doesn't exist. It's the taxpayers' money. And therefore, the matters that the Auditor General superintends over and works to protect relates to the taxes of the people, the money of the Ghanaian people. And so that is very important. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the key things we all have to pay attention to is what kind of system do we have to protect
the taxpayers' money. Is it robust enough? Is it foolproof? Is it capable of identifying leakages, lapses, embezzlement, misapplication of funds? Is it capable as it stands today? The Auditor General's Department and allied agencies, are they capable of protecting the public purse? I think it's a fundamental issue we have to pay attention to. And when that comes up, Mr. Speaker, in many cases, the attention is always paid to political actors and what they do or what they do not do. But I want to insist, Mr. Speaker, that we must look at these matters from a broader perspective. Ghana Education Service at the local level, Ghana Health Service at the local level, the various public agencies and entities we have in our country, from the unit to the district to the regional to the national level. How is financial transactions conducted? Is it, for instance, possible for a director of a government department to pile up the payroll with, say, 10 or 20 people, and on a monthly basis, the pay that is paid from the consolidated fund gets into his private pocket? So the capacity of the Auditor General, the wherewithal of the Auditor General to be able to audit public funds is, for me, the most important. That we have to pay particular attention to that. Does it meet international best practices, for instance? Why is it the case that in some jurisdictions, if you are tempted to embezzle public funds, you will be found out and found out so easily, but in our country, it is not so the case. And then also the question of enforcement. And the maker of the statement highlights that. And I think that my senior colleague from the other side is also speaking to that, the issue of enforcement. And I believe that everyday citizens are becoming frustrated and nauseated by the situation of Public Accounts Committee conducting hearings and all of them hearing about these billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars siphoned, and yet at the end of the day, people are not held accountable, monies are not retrieved. I want to suggest, let's back to the system we have in place, and we have to interrogate the system. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a final point, and I think of all the points I've made, that final point for me is more fundamental, which is that, and as a, in all respect and with all modesty, as a student of the Fourth Republican dispensation and politics, I've seen it too many times, in almost without exception. These matters are always looked at from the political lenses. And so when they say so much has been embezzled, what, unfortunately, and with respect, many of us in this house will begin to ask is, when did it happen? We are more interested in when it happened than how it was embezzled, how come it was embezzled, what can we do to deal with it? The question of when it happened, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, is totally inconsequential. If it happened under the first administration of the Fourth Republic, it's embezzlement. If it happened in the second, it's embezzlement. If it happens today, it's embezzlement. And I will want to submit to the House that arising out of this statement, we probably should begin to interrogate and examine the situation we have today and develop a framework which is colorblind to the time of the occurrence of embezzlement or malfeasance, and deal with malfeasance, deal with embezzlement as it is, regardless of when it took place. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that this statement by the maker is a very important and profound statement, because at the end of the day, all the matters we talk about as a country and our developmental aspirations and the goals we set for ourselves will not be realized if we don't get foolproof, watertight systems which will check embezzlement, malfeasance, misappropriation, misapplication of public funds. And I think we should do that across board, devoid of partisanship. So, Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Honourable Member for the Tamale North.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to a very well-written statement, despite some few disagreements. I largely agree with most of the issues that have been captured by the maker of the statement. And Mr. Speaker, I also wish to associate with earlier contributions on how improving internal audits can help fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, since the Internal Audit Agency Act 2003, Act 658 was passed, many have called for its review and in some cases a total overhaul to ensure that it serves the purpose of doing pre-corruption investigation or preventing corruption instead of doing a post analysis of corrupt activities that occur. Because clearly what it seems to do now is to close the stables, they say, after the horses have bolted. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look at how much we have gained since the passage of this act and its utilization or implementation. Because clearly, I have seen a number of research reports that have shown that the impact of the agency so far has largely been in the area of financial discipline and public sector accountability improvement. So we have been able to ensure that there is some level of financial discipline in the public sector because of the existence of the Internal Audit Agency. Again, it also has improved upon accountability by way of letting us know how much we misapply. But Mr. Speaker, should that be our focus? Shouldn't our focus be on how to prevent even the misapplication and the malfeasance that are reported year in, year out? And that is why I agree with those who are calling for an overhaul of the agency. That will make it possible for it not to just do post-corruption analysis, but will also be engaged in preventing corrupt practices. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that an internal auditor that is independent, that is competent, and that has integrity can help reduce corruption. And these can also be achieved when you have a political environment or a political system that makes it possible for people who have the know-how to be independent and to act so without fear, and also to show the integrity that they have without the fear of political, witch hunting. The Speaker, I hate to use the current example that is readily available, where an auditor that was termed to be courageous, to be independent, and to be demonstrating integrity had to be forced to go home on leave that he thought he did not deserve to go. Mr. Speaker, no matter how much I agree that we need to overhaul our existing act to make these internal auditors independent and show integrity and demonstrate competence, if the political environment is not also enabling of, such virtues and promotive of such virtues, we are not going to achieve much from that undertaking. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again commend the maker of the statement and associate with calls to overhaul the Act 658 of the Internal Audit Agency to make it more relevant to preventing corruption instead of the post-rationalization approach that it has been adopting over the years. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Honorable Deputy Minister for
Agric.
Thank
you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to associate myself with the earlier contributors to the statement heavily made by Honorable Member for Amasaman on the auditing function. In fact, if you look at the structure and arrangement of the role of the auditing in Ghana in our financial management system, everything has been done so well that we have the external auditors to do external auditing. The Internal Audit Agency Act setting up all auditing function in all government establishments. Functionally, internal auditors are supposed to report to the audit committees of the various institutions, but administratively they report to the head of the entity. If you peruse the audit reports that come before Public Accounts Committee, one wonders why with all these arrangements, we still have infractions bordering on cash, on tax, on contracts and stores management, even though we have these structures in place to check that. Yesterday, for example, at the PAC, in the 2020 audit report, there was a report of tax irregularity, and the finance ministry was supposed to provide a response to it. Normally, when they conduct the audit, the external audit, auditees are given 1 month to respond to the to initial observations made by the auditors. If within the 1 month you are not able to provide information, even though sometimes the information is available or is there, but the fact that you are not able to report to the auditors within the 30 days, however relevant the information is there to inform whatever reports the auditors are supposed to make, they will go ahead and publish their report. So at PAC, they come with a very good response, which if it was available before the auditors put their reports together, they wouldn't have included it in their report. So for example, yesterday, the Finance Office Ministry was charged that they failed to pay tax to the tune of 2.3 billion, included in the cash irregularity report by auditor, only for us to be given very good explanation that it was additional oil entitlement. But they were supposed to provide this information to the auditors before they finalized their report, but it didn't come. But yesterday, it appeared that it was not actually a tax irregularity. So the point I'm trying to make is that most of the issues they report as tax, cash irregularity, whatever irregularities, are just basic things they needed to supply to the auditors before they finalize their report, but they were not able to do. Maybe a cashier was supposed to take receipts upon issuance of a check, but they failed to do so. So it is cash irregularity. And it's all over the place that cash embezzlement, stores embezzlement, when in actual fact, an officer failed to perform his duty of doing what he just needed to do to enable the auditor conclude his report as he should do. So basically, most of the things that we get and is being reported upon as whatever form it become, cash, tax, or payroll, are actually failure on the part of officers to perform their duty as they should. So the institutions are really doing well. They need to be encouraged. More training for officers performing duties in the area of finance, so that we are able to minimize most of the weaknesses we have in the system. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, honourable member for Northtown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, kindly permit me to commend the maker of the statement for drawing attention to this all-important issue. Mr. Speaker, the point has been emphasized about the need to work on our auditing systems, the need to ensure that our auditing agencies are independent and are empowered to carry out their work. Mr. Speaker, when you put the challenge of corruption in context on our continent, you will come to terms with how important, how crucial this statement is. The Speaker, according to the Africa Union, Africa loses $140 billion annually to corruption. $140 billion. Mr. Speaker, put in further context, that is a GDP of virtually all African countries. Only 5 African countries have GDPs that exceed $140 billion. That is scary. I have also read reports from the Ghana Integrity Initiative that puts the loss, the financial loss to corruption in Ghana to an average of $3 billion annually. $3 billion. $3 billion, Mr. Speaker. That amount far exceeds what the government of Ghana intends to raise from the vexed and much talked about e-levy. $3 billion is what we are losing annually. So, Mr. Speaker, the matter we are discussing is a very, very important one. If our continent will break free from the shackles of underdevelopment, the shackles of unemployment, the shackles of deprivation, the shackles of excruciating economic hardships that our people have to contend with, that forces the youth of our country to embark on that dangerous, perilous, tortuous journey across the Sahara Desert, travel in those dangerous dinghies on the Mediterranean Sea, just in search of greater or greener pastures or opportunities. Then, Mr. Speaker, we need to take the matter of plugging the loopholes, of fighting corruption more seriously than we have. Mr. Speaker, in our part of the world, the fight against corruption has become fighting my opponent's corruption. And it appears that successive governments are all guilty. Since the return to multi-party democracy, perhaps you may want to single out 2 presidents. President John Ajekun Kufuor, who had the courage to prosecute a cabinet minister, the Honorable Malam Issa, who was eventually jailed. Then President John Dramani Mahama, who prosecuted a former minister and a former colleague of ours in this House, the Honorable Abu Gapil, who was pardoned only recently by the current president. Mr. Speaker, apart from these 2 presidents, President Kufuor and President Mahama, no other president has taken on their own appointees, prosecuted them, sent them to the courts, and ensured that they have accounted for corruption. We wait for a new government to come, and then the government then looks back at what transpired before they came to power. So the fight against corruption is not really about what is happening now, and a no-nonsense attitude, an intolerant posture against the canker, so that this $140 billion which the Africa Union says we are losing is addressed. But, Mr. Speaker, we must be regime blind. We must be non-partisan when it comes to the fight against corruption. What happens today, if it is wrong and must be dealt with immediately and timelessly. It should not be about corruption becoming a tool to beat my political opponents, but not really because we want to uproot the canker and we want to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, we also know that in addition to empowering our audit agencies there are a number of legal reforms that we must be bold to confront. Our asset declaration regime is not the best. Elsewhere, all politically exposed persons associated with political office holders are also made to declare assets, and it is done publicly. Our asset declaration regime, Mr. Speaker, is one that has proven to be most ineffective when it comes to the fight against corruption. First of all, it is not public, and secondly, spouses and associates, close allies are not covered. The best practice is to make it public and is to rope in as many allies, close associates, spouses, as much as possible. Then, Mr. Speaker, we need to also confront the matter to do with conflict of interest. We cannot succeed in the corruption fight if you can be a minister and then in your sector, companies that you have shares in, that you are a director in, can do business and then can profit. And yet we say that that is allowed, it is accepted. That, Mr. Speaker, is a big joke and is a sham. We cannot be fighting corruption if we don't have very stringent conflict of interest laws that outlaws the practice where you can be a public official and then you can have companies that you are associated with do business in that sector. And it doesn't matter if the company is so reputable, if the company, Mr. Speaker, has all the credentials. Once you are the person awarding the contract and you are associated to the company, that company must be disqualified or you must leave that public office. So we must, Mr. Speaker, raise these matters and call for high standards. As a country, we must be concerned about how we are faring on the corruption perception index. All of these things, these weak systems, this poor asset declaration regime, an abysmal conflict of interest environment, this ecosystem that seems to facilitate corruption feeds into the corruption perception index. The latest one released by Transparency International, Ghana scored only 43 out of 100. Only of the 49 countries that were assessed, if you read the report, Mr. Speaker, only 5 countries crossed 50 out of a score of 100. So Africa is stagnating. And Mr. Speaker, if you come to study how countries like Seychelles, Cape Verde, and Mauritania have done it, able to cross 50. Seychelles actually scored 70. We can also do it. It's about the personal integrity of leadership. Do we really mean what we say? When we say we will protect the public purse, that we will fight corruption, do we really mean it? Or we just meant that we will use it to beat political opponents? So, Mr. Speaker, it comes back to personal integrity of leadership. It comes back to sincerity of leadership. You can have all the laws, carry out all the reforms, but if those who are going to man these institutions don't have high personal integrity, Mr. Speaker, we will not make the impact that we must make. And we will keep marking time and we will keep stagnating as we are doing on the CPI currently, which must be of concern to all of us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this House, this institution, also has a role to play when it comes to strengthening our auditing systems. There is a provision in our Constitution which we have not, as at now, Mr. Speaker, applied ourselves to. Article 1876, under the Auditor General's provision in the Constitution. The Speaker, with your permission, I quote, it says that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. Mr. Speaker, Article 1876, this provision, since the inception of the Fourth Republic, this House has not implemented this provision. So as we discuss audit reform, strengthening the audit service, as an institution, we must also carry out introspection and see how we can elevate our role and help to fight this canker, which has robbed this continent and the youth in particular the opportunities, that economic transformation that continues to elude us. It took only 30 years for the Asian tigers to transform their societies and be as developed as they are. This year is 30 years since we promulgated the 1992 Constitution. We cannot keep marking time. We must be bold and sincere about the corruption fight. And once we are sincere and we bring to bear high personal integrity, Mr. Speaker, we shall succeed. I commend the maker of this statement for bringing this very important statement to our attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me come to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the senior most.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by Honorable Afifa on enhancing audit function towards reducing irregularities, infractions, and corruption in public institutions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is apt and it's in order, especially in the times that we are in. Mr. Speaker, I have had the special privilege of discussing these issues with the Accountant General because I believe that that is where the infraction starts. To the extent of even asking him that for those of us with local government, the assemblies should be enabled to recruit their own accounting staff so that when they make these infractions or create problems, they can be properly sanctioned at that level. In a situation where everything is Accra, appointment is Accra, people come to the districts, do the wrong things, and then they are transferred to other districts to go and create the same problems there. And therefore it becomes very difficult and embarrassing when ministers, spending officers, chief directors are summoned in Accra and ask questions that sometimes precede them, and oftentimes too, they find it difficult even to defend. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is time that as a country, we start doing things differently. And we cannot do things differently if we don't take bold decisions. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana and in Africa, we are aware of some of the transfer pricing issues that occurs in Africa, making us lose huge sums of money. Mr. Speaker, in our own country, the asset declaration, like everybody is aware, is not very effective. It's not effective not because we don't want to make it effective, but people are giving excuses that when your nephews and your nieces and your friends or even the public know how much you owe, they might come and kill you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can enhance it no matter how it is. For that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that it is time that every Ghanaian declares his assets, so that this business of asset moving from a public figure to a noni or somebody who don't know can always be correlated. Where people transfer assets to their faraway friends can be checked. But in a situation where we are all behaving and believing that it's only about the 1,000 public servants or public figures are the people who are in that bracket, Mr. Speaker, it won't solve any problem. Mr. Speaker, in this country and elsewhere, we have people who make so much money, who are supposed to pay so much taxes, but they decide not to pay those taxes. As far as they keep those taxes with them, that is also government money. It is for that reason that we should be able to ensure that every Ghanaian declare his assets, so that when we are connecting the dots, we can connect them well, so that all the money that is due the state also comes to the state. So when we are doing the audit, we can even add lifestyle audit to make sure that people who don't expect them to own a certain level of property or asset, either in liquid or physical or tangible or intangible, will be able to connect the dots together. And when they know that we are connecting the dots together, we will be able to claim for the country what belongs to us. Mr. Speaker, page 4 of the statement, there's a table, a very beautiful table, and that refers to page 7 of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2020. And it's very instructive to note that when you look at 2016, I'm looking at cash irregularities. For 2016, emphasis mine, for 2016, the cash irregularities is about 2 billion. If you go to 2017, it reduces from 2 billion all the way to 190 million. And then it goes further to 2020 to about 34 million. So clearly it shows that for the public institutions, for cash irregularity, which is one of the major problems I have, there seems to be an improvement in the way it's being managed. When you take tax irregularities, I believe that these are statements in the report that basically shows that some of the public institutions are not paying either the withholding taxes to the Internal Revenue Service or Ghana Revenue Service and the likes. If you also take loans, debt, and advances, these are basically monies that have accrued to staff of these agencies. And I believe that if you also take something like payroll, there seems to be some kind of management that is going on. But one of my shock had to do with stores, procurement, and contracts. If you look at the figures compared to what we are seeing with the cash irregularities, you clearly see that the problem is not really at the procurement area, but rather at the lower levels, where little cash irregularities are taking place. And for me, for the cash irregularities, I see them as stolen money. And I want to use this opportunity to request, Mr. Speaker, to give a directive so that when Public Accounts Committee look at this report, we can go after those who have actually stolen monies from our institutions to government chest. Because if you look at the other ones, they are basically not ones that have been stolen. But this was rare cash that have been stolen, and I believe that we should be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, one of the other issues the maker of the statement clearly said, and I want to bring to your attention, is that of prevention. And I believe that prevention is always better than cure. What can we do to enable or enhance the work of the internal auditor to prevent the rot before even the external auditors come and pick their reports? I believe that it is time that we empower them. We empower them. A certain level of empowerment that they can use in stopping certain transactions from taking place in the assemblies or in government institutions, even before they become a problem for the external auditors or the Auditor General Department to come and do the investigation. With these few years, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is an apt statement, and it's very important that we support them going forward.
Very well. I'm giving the last lot. should give it to very well. No, I should go here before I come here. Leadership, are you minded to contribute? You are minded to contribute? Anyway, let me give, but please, I will still indulge you to be very brief. Honorable member for Boko Central, please be brief for me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the comments made to the statement relating to the effort and what we need to do as a country to use internal auditing tools and mechanisms to reduce cash irregularities in public institutions. Basically, I think at the core of this is enhancing internal accountability measures. I think almost everything has been said. The key thing is that we must continue to advance in our effort to ensure accountability in public service. Accountability in public service must be a culture, And unless we succeed in making it a culture, there will be serious challenges in ensuring accountability in public institutions. So, Speaker, sometimes you travel abroad on official assignments, especially in Europe, in America, and other places. And the organization you visit, they take you out to lunch, they hire taxis for you, and they will specifically remind you that you should collect a receipt from the taxi driver. They will specifically remind you that at that restaurant, you should pick the receipts. And even when they give you $10, when you return, they will ask you for receipts. You should account for the $10. I'm sure a lot of the clerks of the various committees that have traveled with honorable members have felt the frustration working with foreign institutions anytime that they have to even contribute towards your expenses when you are on any of these missions. And you see that accountability, even for $10, dollars, is a major thing, it's a big thing in their public lives. And here, you will give people an unaccountable interest of $1,000. And when they go and come back, they don't even account for $1. And they get away with it. Nobody will ask, what did you do with the $1,000 that was given to you as unaccountable interest? But these are all a function of the culture. We've turned the culture upside down, and little by little, we undermine the very concept of accountability in public office, both at the local, regional, national, sectoral levels. If you put all these little drops together, at the end of the year, when you quantify it, you'll find out that colossal sums of public resources are not accounted for. And unless we change the attitude, unless we change our culture and the way that we manage ourselves in terms of being in public office, and when we say public office, we're not talking about politicians and etc. Anybody in the civil service, in the public service, is subject to all these accountability measures. And people in organizations that are responsible for ensuring this culture of accountability must be supported by leadership in those organizations to insist and ensure that everybody is accountable. A person who demands that every item that you purchase, you must account for it with receipts and etc., shouldn't become public enemy in the organization, shouldn't be the most hated person in the organization. People should appreciate that it is a responsibility entrusted by law, and that person must execute that responsibility. So, Speaker, with these very few words, I would like to commend the maker of the statement and to urge that such statements must be coming for us to continue to educate one another on the need for us to work towards ensuring more accountable public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, let me come to member for Inshiaso. But I will once again urge you to be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Just as my colleagues and senior colleagues have actually thanked the maker of the statement on, to me, the most important issue in Africa today, which of course has given rise to my controversy, is corruption. And for that matter, I also support that. It's extremely important. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that we need to also
Honorable members, please, that meeting is distracting the contributor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also say that as much as we are all giving our views when it comes to corruption, we should also look at these facts extremely well. Generally, if you talk about corruption, audit work or framework, first, what we need to consider is that even financial statement that we prepare in our country by most state institutions whose activities are of much concern to all of us, and that we are talking about them today. Whether the reporting standards or reporting framework meet the international standards. Mr. Speaker, I've been a CEO before, and I realized that some institutions' reporting standards or framework or works do not even meet the international standard, which of course can impair efficiency and effectiveness when it comes to auditors' work. Two, Mr. Speaker, we also consider materiality, where we need to be extremely critical and careful, because that is where state resources, in my opinion, find their ways into unproductive areas which do not benefit the state. What we report and the items and the services that the monies outlaid or expended used on. Mr. Speaker, the last one is where I think other people who are probably innocent or otherwise also suffer. Compliance. Adhering to the control systems. This is where, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the Auditor General's outfit to find a way of educating all the institutions. It's extremely important because some of them might not have actually embezzled any fund, but because of non-compliance, they are found in some of these situations. And Mr. Speaker, the auditor's work itself, there are a few questions all of us must ask. If you check the summary report, that is 2020, they caption financial irregularities. And surprisingly enough, within the field, the items, one of the narratives, it's receivables and debtors fund. And I find that very strange that anywhere in the world, unless they have other information we don't have, that report that receivables amount to irregularities.
And some of these things illustrate wrong picture. It induces arbitrariness in the decision-making processes of the state. And the public will be chastising some of our people, whether party A or B or public servant A or B, unnecessarily, without any underpinning factors. So I would like to say that the Auditor General's work must also be reviewed if we have to redefine its framework and other parameters and place them in the right context in order not to mislead other people. Just because of time, this thing too is also important, that when budget is even approved and it's not released, an institution cannot outlay funds in that respect. For instance, if emoluments are not released, employees are not paid for some time, there is some sort of illegal issues within there that could be raised. The same time, if budgetary allocations are not released for that purpose but approved, an institution cannot pay them per the PFM Act. So I think as a country, there are a lot of controversial issues that we need to handle. Lastly, because of time, I had a lot to say, but giving me short time, I'll try to manage the rushing time. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, this issue about corruption, that is also very important segment or parameter if we are discussing Auditor General's work. I think as a country, let's all be honest with ourselves and handle it well. Because we all talk about the fact that we need to depoliticize it so that we can solve it as a common interest as a state. However, most of the times, all of us, including me, and my brothers from the other side, they try to go around it. But I think if we want to deal with corruption, first thing we need to understand is that there is nowhere on this earth, any human institution, you can completely eradicate corruption. It is a fact. We rather think of mitigation and reduction models that will ensure that it will not impact us so adversely that it can destroy a lot of things in our society. However, we also need to look at one point, and that is anti-corruption tools and models, which of course, this present government, as a fraternity from Kufuor's time up to now, in terms of models such as Procurement Act, Internal Audit Act, Financial Administrative Act, the one that we put our brother's leading member in charge. So you're talking about having the political will and establishing the right models to ensure that we reduce corruption. If all of us can accept these things and go by, it will be extremely important. And I think it's also not right to compare former President Kufuor's issues with former President Mohammed's issue. Because at the end of the day, under former President Kufuor, the minister in question was jailed under him, under his regime. The other one, the minister was not jailed under his regime. So if we want to make, implicitly some of these comparative statements to let people think one government did that, one leader has not done that, then what I can also say is that what the present leader has done has to be emulated, that you put in place anti-corruption institution and has an unprecedented political role to put in place, in charge, an opposition party's leading member. In fact, this is what we all need to ensure. Of course, whether it has yielded the needed efficiency or effectiveness, it is also another subject to discuss. But what I can say is that the Auditors General work in terms of financial statement, in terms of its standards, in terms of compliance, in terms of even the parameters and the fields that they put all these things in, and in terms of what they put into the public domain, it is extremely critical we check, because sometimes it is very misleading. And this is what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, ending it, I want to also say that all audit reports, we must drive them to their logical conclusion, because most of the times, reports are read one party, one government after the other. Hardly do we see results. Hardly. And I think as a country, it is rather encouraging and motivating other people who do not care about the poor child and always keep on putting up these crazy programs and antisocial behaviors. So I will call that as a country, anybody that is found culpable, the law must take its course and make sure that Ghanaians will be very demotivated in trying to perpetuate some of these antisocial behaviors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Question time is over. I'm not even allowing the leadership to make contribution. Pardon me, leadership. Yes, Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we can now go to the commencement of public business. Item 7 on page 5. We are just going to lay some few papers, and with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance would lay the papers on page 5, from I to VII on page 6.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to item number 7. At the commencement of public business. Obviously, you cannot be here without doing public business. So at least allow us to do some public business. So let's turn to page 5, laying of papers. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance, you are permitted to do that on behalf of your minister.
Loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Credit Transfer Group, the German Development Bank Group, Frankfurt am Main, for an amount of 20 million euros to finance the green credit line under the Reform and the Investment Partnership between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Federal Republic of Germany.
Honorable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It was referred to the Committee for Finance for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, GET fund levy, NHIL, EXIM levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7,156,585 euros on materials and equipment to be procured by Vibuild Africa for the design and construction of the Power Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekendi and Takrady Townships, Phase 1.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 22,897,602 United States dollars and 41 cents on materials, plant, machinery, and equipment or parts to be imported by Sunda Ghana Investment Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 23,690,843 United States dollars and 79 cents on materials, plant, machinery, and equipment or parts to be imported by Sunda Ghana Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7,156,585 euros on materials and equipment to be imported by Messrs. Vibuild Africa for the design and construction of selected roads in Sekendi and Takrady.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It is referred to Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Report for waiver of import duty, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 30,443 euros on materials and equipment for the construction of the Eastern Corridor Road, Lot 1, Tematu-Akosombo Junction, 63.6 kilometers.
Honourable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. VI.
Request for waiver of import duty.
Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, it's rather VII. We've done VI already.
Very well. So VII.
Request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, and EXIM levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,260,551 United States dollars and 56 cents on materials, plant, machinery, and equipment or parts to be imported by Coban Company Limited under the implementation of the One District, One Factory program.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It will refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Finally, VII.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, GET fund levy, import NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 1,073,967 euros on materials and equipment to be imported by Messrs. Aqua Africa for the implementation of the rural and peri-urban nanofiltration water project in Ghana under the Rural Communities and Small Town Water Supply Project.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Mr. Speaker, it's past 4 p.m. So I said it's past 4 p.m. now, and we are in your hands for adjournment.
Well, let me come to the available leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. Thank you.
Well, if you are in my hands, then I'm proceeding to adjourn the House for tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 o'clock in the morning. In the forenoon, yes. The House stands adjourned.